Scotland. Full of history, iconic moments, and has created sporting legends. Golf is home.
The Rolex Series resumes
with a new part of history.
This is the first ever DP World Tour and PGA Tour co-sanctioned event.
The race for DP World Tour ranking points. FedEx Cup points.
and the Genesis Scottish Open trophy. Starts now.
Well, morning to you. Welcome to our feature group coverage at this Genesis Scottish Open. 50 years since the very first edition. And as you heard from some of the players playing this week, it's a new chapter that we're celebrating. History being made, co-sanctioned for the first time between the DP World and the PGA Tours. This week will count to both the DP World Tour rankings and the FedEx standings. You can see a lot of points up for grabs. Well, it's a stellar lineup in our feature group coverage. And you can see it's not long before the players on the 10th tee are going to be heading out for round 2 in Group 20. Some of the biggest names in world golf. Will Zalatoris, the nearly man in the majors so far in 2022. Colin Morikawa, last year's Open champion and the DP World Tour Rankings winner of 2021. And just weeks after his triumph at the US Open, Matt Fitzpatrick back on UK soil. It's a pretty good threesome, isn't it? I'm Richard Kaufman. Alongside me for our feature group coverage is a Scottish legend. You heard his voice right at the start there, Sam Torrance. Great three boys, Sam.
Oh, it certainly is, Richard. But anyone that played yesterday afternoon is going to be feeling a little aggrieved. 3 shots harder yesterday afternoon, and this morning looks a lot harder than it was yesterday morning.
Yeah, the scoring completely flipped really yesterday. These players that we're about to see head out from the 10th, all shooting rounds of 71, and given the scoring average that you mentioned, 3 shots harder, they're actually pretty well placed for where they were in the draw.
Absolutely, they were good scores. Anything around par yesterday in the afternoon would have been a great score.
Yeah, the winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour yesterday. 66, the best score of the players that went out this afternoon. That was Kurt Kitayama. Of the 36 players that broke par, 32 were from the morning wave. How's your luck?
Very good if you were up early yesterday.
So what are we expecting today then, weather-wise?
Well, it's going to be tough all day today. The wind's going to get up to 20-30 miles an hour in the afternoon again, but it's windy this morning, which it wasn't yesterday. It was very calm. And these are tough times to start.
Well, there is the state of affairs. You can see Kurt Kitayama's name there. He kind of is an outlier. He shot around yesterday of 66. He actually missed the putt, a 4-5 footer at the last for par for what would have been a 65. There's only, I think, another 3 or 4 players that might actually get into the first page of our leaderboard if the weather forecast is right.
Yeah, it just becomes a tough week straight away. So even before they went out yesterday afternoon, they knew that this is going to be really tough this afternoon. It hasn't been all morning. So you're kind of starting off on the back foot.
And I know yesterday Billy Foster there chatting away to Matt Fitzpatrick. He was desperate to get himself a hand on an ice cream. I don't know if you saw that footage of slow-mo of him eating one. You might not want an ice cream this morning though. It's a little bit chillier.
No, but ice cream in a cold day is lovely. It is.
Are you putting in an order, Sam?
Yeah, I'll have one if you go get it, for sure.
So it says they're 10 to 20 miles an hour, but it will gust at points today up to 30 miles an hour.
Yes, which is very difficult conditions.
There's Will Zalatoris. I mean, talking of yesterday, did you see the shot he hit at 16?
No,
and
no.
It landed right on top of Matt Fitzpatrick's marker. You know, that he had a marker on the green, and it landed exactly on top. It's extraordinary. Extraordinary. Well, let's get a little more on the conditions, shall we? And how things might play out over the 18 holes for our feature groups. Incy Mehmet's going to be watching this trio. A treat for you, Incy, but I hope you're wrapped up a little warmer than you were yesterday.
Good morning, Richard. Thanks so much. Yeah, it's a different day this morning. It was flat calm on day one, and it's pretty gusty and just overall windy and chilly. It's one of those things you don't know if you should bring out more layers or not. I'm sure the players are prepared, but good job. For me, there's no rain.
Yet.
It's all me, isn't it? Incy?
Of course it is.
I mean, these three players that you got to watch and follow this morning, Incy, I mean, as I say, a real treat for you, and you know, three players with such great pedigree.
Well, we've got US Open champion, speaking to Matt Fitzpatrick and his caddy Billy Foster. I've asked him if he's had his detox yet after celebrating. But just watching him warming up with Mike Walker, going through their drills and movements, some really insightful, and Will Zalatoris as well. I was speaking with his caddy Ryan. It was just, you know, interesting to see them prepare this morning, ready for a brilliant day on day two.
Well, there's Justin Thomas on the range. He's part of our second feature group. 73s all round there. I mean, they made it handy for us. All three players shooting the same scores in each of the feature groups. 71s in our first, 73s in our second. It's a little bit delayed in terms of the tee-off time, but I think they're just about set to go here in a short moment or two. It's supposed to be a 5 past 8 tee-off time, but I think it's going to be closer to 10 past. How do you follow up? Lifting the US Open trophy and then teeing it up in your next tournament?
Well, I think he was 8 over in Ireland, so hopefully you get rid of it all there. But he'll still be on a high. He'll be on a high for years as US Open champion.
But you know what I'm saying in terms of how do you then make the next tournament?
It's just another tournament now. Now I'm US Open champion. When's the next major? You should be asking.
Well, it could be in a week's time. This man will be defending. An extraordinary performance from him at Royal St George's. Conditions at Royal St George's, though, last year were as benign as they could be for an Open.
Yes, and that is one course you wouldn't want a strong wind blowing, but it'll be the same next week on the old course. Fantastic test, but even the great old course needs a bit of wind. What a year Zalatoris now. They're second and sixth in the 3 majors played so far. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Could have been in 2 playoffs easily. Great player. I love his game.
Yeah, and then he gets to tee it up in his next event with one of the guys that picked him to the trophy in Matt Fitzpatrick. It's a little early in the morning for Billy, isn't it? But maybe he needs an ice cream. Just waiting for the starter to get us underway. Okay, I think he's ready.
Game number 20 with Rory McIlroy from Genesis. On the team from England, US Open winner Matt Fitzpatrick.
Well, announced as the US Open champion. I don't think he's going to be tired of hearing that. Stepping on his opening tee shot of the day. This 10th one of the holes that's at this Renaissance Club that has been altered. There used to be trees down this right-hand side. They've been removed. And there's a couple of bunkers down the left.
Perfect opening tee shot for the US Open champion.
Should be a fairly comfortable opening hole, but given the weather conditions, I don't think any hole's comfortable today.
No, it's seaside golf. There's just so much trouble either side of virtually every hole. Wind hard, that's a horror. One that's way right. Some thick stuff there. Is he going to miss it? No, he's not.
Well, we saw John Rahm down there.
That's to take an unplayable from. This boy's exceptional. But like most Americans now, he hits the ball so high. And that's very difficult to play in Scottish conditions. Wind like this. But he'll develop his game and learn a bit more about trying to hit it really long. That's a beauty. It just hangs on. Should be down the right edge. No. The lap of the gods there.
Well, it's a lovely view there from the 10th tee. Does play a little bit downwind. Day 2 of this Genesis Open. So at the Renaissance Club, we're on the southern shore of the Firth of Forth, and it's been a good start from Kurt Kitayama after his 66 yesterday. One of the early starters, a par start from the American. He remains 5 back. Yeah, he's on the other side of the course. Most of these players went out in the morning. As we mentioned already, 32 of the 36 players that broke par were in the morning wave, so they're out this afternoon. Højgaard twins, all both in the top 20. Nicolai at 3 under, you can see there. Erasmus at 4. And there's Ricky Fowler, 69 yesterday. A couple of pars to start his round. He's on the same side of the course where we'll be watching our featured groups. Tommy Fleetwood, the unmistakable figure of, he has now made his way onto the 10th tee. Hideki Matsuyama's there already. They can have a bit of a wait, because you've got to be on the tee on time, even if there has been a bit of a delay.
10-minute delay. That's comfortable opener, par 5 for the boys. It kind of helps just to settle you in.
But it's warm enough for Zalatoris to go jumperless. Par 70 this year, they've changed the 7th from a par 5 to a par 4. I think this year we're seeing when it plays a little firmer, a little faster, and the wind picks up, this is a proper test.
Oh, it certainly is.
Of course, designed by American Tom Doak. It's been open since 2008, and it's maturing very nicely. As I say, last year we had trees all the way down this right-hand side, and I think visually that kind of helps the players.
Well, they give them a bit of shelter if the wind was off the right for one, and it kind of keeps you away down the left half to where the fairway is, and now it's just wide open looking.
And you've added those 2 bunkers down the left-hand side as well, so you want to avoid going there. Fitzpatrick's just avoided one of them.
Can you call a ref?
Referee
Score
required.
Score? Yeah. Can you call a ref, please?
That's Colin Morikawa asking for a referee. We know he's gone down that right side where Jon Rahm had to take a penalty.
Well, he's okay. He's right there. He wouldn't want relief up on that hill, I wouldn't have thought. But he wouldn't have any choice. It looks like a good lie, though.
You could play it.
You certainly could play it. Flat stance, everything. You can get a wood at that, but...
Incy, obviously down there watching for us. Is there a referee on its way, Incy?
Not that I can see at the moment. I mean, if you're taking a drop, it'll be where Colin Morikawa is standing right now. Nearest point of relief, you get 1 club length. And to be honest, you want to be trying to drop this as close to the path as possible, because that's where the shorter stuff are. But obviously your ball will be below your feet. So you gotta...
Incy, is it the same wind direction today?
It's strong, Sam. It's down off your left on this 10th hole.
Is it more down? Yesterday was that straight across.
Yeah, well, I would say this is more like 7:30, 7 o'clock-ish.
Okay.
So it's pretty down a little bit off your left, but it's strong. It's definitely going to help the players out, potentially reach this in 2.
Morikawa with those 2 major wins, 2 major titles that came on his debut in those majors as well, which was extraordinary. Fitzpatrick gonna knock one down there.
No, magnificent. If it just slow down. It'll not be a difficult chip, but it could have been a 15-footer for eagle, so it can reach easily. That's just evident there from Fitzpatrick.
It looked like it just sat down a little bit, Sam, as well when it settled. Well, this could be very good. Again, needs to settle down. I mean, how do you get it to stop on the green when it's downwind like that?
Yeah, not easy. Fitzpatrick had the best chance from the fairway, but even that coming quite low.
Yeah, please. I can see the ball, right? Yeah, sure. I'll give you this.
So he dropped it, went back onto the road, so he now gets to place it where the ball first landed. There's an art to that, finding where you want to drop it and making sure you drop it in the right spot. He's got a great lie now. Ball's not too much below his feet.
Well, it's all the luck of the draw, Sam. We saw Jon Rahm go over there yesterday, had to take an unplayable. Morikawa gets a nice free drop and a perfect lie. Itchy, how far in will he have from here?
It's the nature of the beast, isn't it? So Morikawa's got about 274 yards to go, and it's a no-brainer to try and drop it near the cart path, because like I said earlier, the grass is shorter here. But the pin is right at the back, that left corner.
Pin in the tower then?
Just listening.
That's right on the edge of the long grass, but it's better than being left, you know, the angle.
And with the ball below Colin Morikawa's feet, it's going to help him get a bit of loft, which you'll need.
Yeah, just to choke down 5, and that way we can get it going more, you know, not flying it too far. Like that?
I mean, given it's a par 5 you can hit into, it's still a difficult shot. I'd imagine a popular spot is probably left of the green. Naturally, everything slopes that way. You've got a big mound short right as well. If you land on it, it can bounce and kick and release anywhere.
Just a 5-iron and see. Must be quite a bit behind.
Go.
Up the right half. Oh, that's horrid.
Well, he got a break, hasn't made the most of it. And I asked you the question, how do you get it to stay on that green? In the group before, Xander Schauffele's knocked it to 13 feet, rolled it in for an eagle.
It's kind of where you land it. I remember Tom Watson shot at the last hole at Turnberry when he lost to Stuart Sink. He said it was the perfect shot, landed in exactly where he wanted to land it, just got a fraction of a downslope, and off it went through the back. It's very similar. You can't gauge it perfectly because you can't land it on a sixpence. You can try. But Thomas out with an iron.
Yeah, a few of the players weren't armed with the right clubs yesterday. Some had 5 woods in the bag when they needed a 2 wood, 2 iron, playing a stinger. I think we're just about set for our second featured group.
21. Observers from Rolex. On the tee from the USA PGA champion Justin Thomas.
Very understated, isn't he, our starter?
PGA champion Justin Thomas. It's a real powerful 2-iron they'll have. This will have lots of round. No, he's hit it straight right. Oh dear.
On the tee from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
Looks a bit out of sorts, Justin Thomas.
Yeah, he bogeyed 3 of the last 5 yesterday for his 73. A score matched by Hideki Matsuyama. Slipped that green jacket on last year. Fitted in very nicely.
And we'll never forget the caddy bowing to the flag. That was one of the most moving things I'd seen. A driver for Matsuyama down the left corner there, hopefully. No, it's gone right as well. That's not too bad there.
Driver as well for Tommy Fleetwood. Bogeyed the last 2 yesterday for his 73.
That's the one you wanted. That's straight out those bunkers though. That's perfect. Wonderful tee shot from Fleetwood. It hasn't stopped yet. There we go.
Well, I think they found the ball down there, but the way they're looking, it's not very pretty. Yeah, look at the way.
Who's this guy looking in here, Richard? Is that a can of beer in his hand?
I think it might be a bit early for 1 or 2, you know?
Not in Scotland, please, Richard.
Okay, so all the players in our feature groups underway. We gave you a little bit of a run through who was in our first feature group, and the second one's another beauty. One of the most popular players from the British Isles, Tommy Fleetwood. The first Japanese male major winner, the Masters champion of 2021, Hideki Matsuyama, and Justin Thomas, who is now a 2-time major champion after his win at Southern Hills. Work to do, though. It'd be interesting to see where the cut mark comes. You can see how many wins between them. Pretty handy amount. Well, isn't she? Fair to say it's been a bit of a headache at the start of this second round for Colin Morikawa.
Yeah, from one ruling to another, we had an army of spectators coming out to try and help find Morikawa's ball, and it looks like a spectator's accidentally stood on it, which means he should get relief from it and try and put the ball back to how they imagine it would have lied previously. Difficult shot coming up.
Somebody stepped on our ball.
Sorry, who did?
Someone stepped on our ball.
Just gotta. Did you press down on it hard or anything? We just gotta.
I think it was the guy on the white. Did you step on it pretty hard?
We can't really create the line. Just mark it, pick it up, and put it back in place. Telling us. Yeah, just pick it up and put it back in place.
I mean, you could tell. I just want you to look.
Yeah, there is a slight depression.
You can
Yeah.
see the depression there.
Yeah, you're allowed the lie that the last stroke give you, so you're allowed to place it in a similar lie. But seeing though we don't know how it was,
But I can't place it back into
back,
the
no, just place it to the side, exactly.
Okay. Now, where do I place it? Because obviously it's...
Just place it no near the hole.
Can I
But
place it right here? Or like
no, you've got to go a similar lie, because obviously you'd be able to see that ball if it was sat like that, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but you understand my point is like...
I certainly do.
Like where... So
But a
before...
similar lie would be somewhere like that to me.
Like right here?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, that's acceptable to me.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, all
Neil
right.
Briggs, the referee, doing a great job.
He just doesn't want to gain an advantage.
Exactly. Well, he does, but legally.
Yes.
They're really
Like
tough,
barely
thick
open,
stuff
huh?
here.
Well, that record might go. No drop shots on the 10.
Sit. Sit.
Wasn't lying that bad that this will shoot through the green here.
Sit.
Well, that's where we saw Tommy Fleetwood go with his second shot. Have the other two already played their thirds?
I mean, Matt Fitzpatrick just hit an awesome shot to about 2-3 feet. Will Zalator is also short-sided. Another great display of short game. I mean, difficulty of Colin Morikawa's shot there was he had to hit it really high. It was very much lie dependent. Anything landing short runs through the back like that, and it's almost army golf. Left, right, left, right.
So, still his turn. He said he learnt so much last year from playing the Genesis Scottish Open. He's being taught a bit of a lesson in his opening hole of the second round as well.
Up and down for par. And it'll all be forgotten. The great equaliser of the short game.
Incy, how far below the level of the green is he down there?
I reckon a good 10-12 feet or so. It's pretty steep. You've got to get really creative with this chip shot. Ball slightly above his feet. He's got a slope to contend with. It's an elevated green. I'd imagine he's looking to try and land this low, skid it up and release it. Plenty of creativity.
Very heavy-handed. Good morning, world.
At least the sun's shining. Although some of those clouds look a little nasty in the distance.
10 minutes ago, he's standing on the tee, just looking down the fairway. And come on, good drive. 5 iron on the green. Knock it in for eagle. Let's go. And now he's got a 2-putt for bogey.
They take anything in the 60s, wouldn't they, these guys?
Oh, absolutely. 70 would be a great score today. If the weather stays the same as it is.
Well, he hadn't lost his turn for shot number 3.
And the important thing is I know 9 under's a huge lead. It was an incredible score yesterday. You just can't get yourself too far away. Good solid round today, 70. +1 will not be in bad position at the end of the day.
Well, this for Morikawa to stay on that score. So it's going to be a 6 at best. Well, going to be a bogey for him, but as Incy was saying, it's a nice short game work from his playing partners. Our first birdie of the day in our feature groups. Will Zalatoris moves to level par. And I would assume Matt Fitzpatrick will be doing the same.
He definitely looks nearer the hole than where Morikawa's putt finished, I think. But deceptive view, but a good birdie for US Open champion. He'll never tire of hearing that until he becomes Open champion.
What a gentle opener, but not for Colin Morikawa.
Just walk it, mate. Just walk it.
Last year, the back nine, as you see, only produced a couple of drop shots, although Morikawa did finish 71st place at the Genesis Scottish Open last year. You really wouldn't, after that result, necessarily have picked him out to be the winner at Royal St George's, but we all know what happened.
Well, Thomas has got very lucky here. Great lie iron off the tee, remember, so he... That's okay. Doesn't want to reach the really thick stuff. Oh, maybe not. It's a long way back. It was a strange choice off the tee and iron.
.258 yards in for Matsuyama. Not the kick he was looking for. Tommy Fleetwood's in position down the left, but we'll move up to the 11th tee. Uphill dogleg left to right, driver in hand for Fitzpatrick.
Quite a narrow fairway this one, Richard, and it's imperative to hit it. Just leaking right, I think. See out the thick stuff. Come on. Oh, it's good now. It's very good now. Oh.
Well, we'll talk about it, I'm sure, throughout the morning, but he's driving up there now with the biggest of hitters. And see, that tree down the right hand side, gorgeous tree, but you don't really want to be anywhere near it.
As pretty as it is, no you don't. I mean, especially with the wind so strong off your left, you can really commit to that left half. Naturally the shapes left to right, so it encourages the fade, but you can let the wind do the work.
Well, that's very friendly.
Yeah, and he's one of the longest hitters in the world. Just shows you how much distance Fitzpatrick's gained. I think it's 30 yards on his drive, and he's hitting the ball much higher, trying to accommodate the firm greens in America. Morikawa, so he'll be a long way back. He's a good 60, 70 yards behind his two playing partners there. Pin today is just 13 on 3 from the right, so it's a tricky pin.
You wonder whether that was a result of what happened at the 10th, that he took the 3-wood off the tee at 11. Decent start from Kurt Kitayama. He's playing on the other side of the course, so pars at 1, 2 and 3. Cameron Tringali, 22 putts in that round of 61 yesterday. Yeah, don't expect too many names from the players out this morning to emerge on the first few pages of our leaderboard. Most of these players out this afternoon. Tringali's off just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. There's some of them. Jordan Smith, who is a couple under start of the day, bogeyed the first 2 holes of the day, but he has just birdied the par 5 third. Saw a lot of John Rahm yesterday. Couple under, he'll start the day this afternoon. And there's 2 of the players we just saw birdie their opening holes. Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick to even par. He took that nasty little kick right into the long fescue.
It just makes the shot so much harder, Richard. When the finesse shots, when you need control, but you have to hang on so tightly with your left hand in scenarios like this, because the rough just grabs the hosel of the club and turns the club face over, and it always turns it over left. Open the club face up and just hold it on with the first 3 things of your left hand as tight as you can. Make sure it doesn't turn over. And when you're trying to be delicate, it's very difficult to do that because you've got to give it a hit.
You see the ball there is Tommy Fleetwood's as well. You just saw ahead of Matsuyama's. He's got a much easier proposition coming up.
It's starting early.
It's purely conditions, sir.
It's totally conditions. It's quite extraordinary. Oh, nice easy 3rd shot from Tommy Fleetwood. Good lie. Nice strike. Just land and release up to the whole side. A little bit more would have been perfect, and that's a good chance for his birdie.
Well, look at the difference between where Morikawa is and his 2 playing partners. Almost 70 yards, the difference between where he'll be playing from. So we can see a different proposition for the Open champion compared to his 2 partners out there.
Yeah, I mean, not the ideal start.
He's a long way back, isn't he?
I think it was a 3-wood off the tee, wasn't it? And just
yes.
laid back down and maybe trying to take the run out of the play. I'm not too sure, expecting a bit more wind to apply. But the difficulty of coming in from the right half is that the bunker is just short of the pin. And when it's downwind, it's tough to get at. Playing left of the flag, clearly, which is a safe play. And that's a decent leave, to be honest.
Edgy start, I think, is the way to describe it.
He's tried to play a pitch and run there almost for that 2nd shot, and the ball was floating. It never had the top spin momentum on it. To play it right off your back foot. This is perfect here, isn't it?
I mean, 2 peas in a pod hit, but I would prefer Matt Fitzpatrick's angle, only 3 yards difference. Got to play left of the flag once again. You can see, like you described earlier, Sam, that chip and run, trying to use that slope, and if anything, a bit unlucky.
It seems to just kick away from the flag when they play it in there, Fincy, that left. A very clever design.
Brilliant design. Absolutely love it. The left half of this green does move right to left, but a couple yards left of this right pin position, the slope should actually help you out. Taking it on.
That's a better one from US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick.
They woke up this morning, Sam, hoping to see it's flat calm, and then they see this. Heart sinks.
You don't even get your eyes open, you just hear the wind rattling off the window. And Thomas is a poor chip. Although he was lying pretty bad down that left hand side. It's just a tough birdie. Par, sorry.
Well, I think it's a wonderful watch. It's not going to be a birdie fest, but we are. We've got 14 of the world's top 15 here. We are watching the world's best players. We're watching a group here with major champions, maybe a major champion-elect in Zalatoris, and they're having to fight and grind for everything.
Yes, of course. That's what links golf is. It's never easy unless there's not a breath of wind.
Well, not many amateurs at home would be using a wedge in their hand. They're putting this all day long. I mean, the difficulty is the ground's so firm, so that wedge could bounce. But Morikawa here just trying to take that man in the front portion of the green out of play. I mean, downwind, it's going to be difficult to stop it. Strikes everything.
He's done well there. Good shot. Well described by Ince. He just had to carry that bump in front of him.
Well, Matsuyama has left himself this for par. So that's going to be an ugly 6 for the Japanese. So he moves to +4. I mean, it's so hard at this stage to tell where the cut mark might fall. If you look at yesterday's scoring, you might think +1 or +2, but it could easily be 3 or 4.
Easily.
Will Zalatoris just putting from the front portion of the green. Pins on the right. You've got a slope to contend with. This will move left to right, and a good amount too, especially to start off with. Just straight enough right at the end.
Good effort. Just needed a fraction more. He's a hardy boy, but out there in short sleeves. Unless he forgot his sweater.
For birdie. We saw Matt Fitzpatrick make one here before. Saw Zalatoris make one. And now Tommy Fleetwood gets one. Okay. Disappointing end to his round yesterday, but a good start to round 2. Fitzpatrick could make it a birdie start. Ince would have got a good read off that Zalatoris effort.
Yeah, overall, I don't see too much in this at all. I mean, if anything, it might be left to right, but the wind's off the right too, so it might cancel out. Very little movement overall.
Playing like a major champion early on here. Said it felt 10 times better than he thought it would feel, being a major winner.
Yeah.
Kind of need just to pop this in to settle him down. Okay.
They're saying they're getting some good sound.
Bay for digging in.
It's looking a bit grey up there as well, Richard.
Yeah, the forecast says it. I mean, the forecasters get it wrong, I know, but that we may get some rain later this afternoon, but generally it's going to be dry. Yeah, what a record he has. I mean, Ryo Ishikawa kind of emerged. You thought he was going to be the one, but it's Matsuyama. Started off as the Asia Pacific Amateur Champion on a couple of occasions, and now PGA Tour Major winner.
Love that pause at the top. He obviously didn't like the shot.
Well, it's something he's reduced. He used to have a proper pause at the top. Now it's just a fraction, but yeah, right off the tee at the 10th, left off the tee at 11.
Gordon Senior had the biggest pause on tour. You can actually have a shave at the top of the swing. Sadly passed on now.
Par 3 12. Gorgeous view. The fourth in the horizon.
199 yards. Zinfi, what's the wind doing here? Same
Sort of story, Sam. Down a little bit off your left. One of the difficulties on links courses is when the pin's at the back and it's downwind, you've got to land it short, but there's so much undulation to contend with. You get a bad bounce, it could end up being in the wrong spot, short side yourself. Most players will play towards the right half of the green. It does slope right to left overall. That was just a little bit too far right.
Yeah, he left himself an interesting looking putt there, Fitzpatrick. It's a decent record, isn't it, in these Rolex Series events? 10 out of 10. Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm, 4 wins apiece. That's the most in the Rolex Series events. This is the third of 5 this season on the DP World Tour rankings season.
Great sound when he strikes his irons. There's a little ridge there, and that's the one that just there in the middle of your screen. If you get there, it'll kick down left of the pin, but right of it, it kicks right. So it's again great design by Tom Doak.
We just wanted that front little bowl where it comes like finishing 20 or so.
So the front portion of the screen, you've got a bit of a bowl. You kind of want to land it at the top of it. The slight uphill slope, it should kill the bounce, and if anything, move right to left as soon as it lands. I mean, the heart of the green is your target. 199 downwind off your left. Play more like 185.
Good strike. Watching it up and down usually means it's on a good line, and it is, and that'll catch the slope. There we go down to 25 feet. Let's come up a bit short.
Right before that slope right there? Yeah. It like to me, it flew all the way over the hill.
Well, they make their way to the 12th. We'll look at where the tee shots finished down 11. We saw Matsuyama went left. Justin Thomas ditto. Tommy Fleetwood in position A. Knee high in the fescue again for Hideki. First time playing the Renaissance this year. Did play the Genesis Scottish Open back in 2018, Matsuyama.
Again, really tough lie here. Matsuyama. We've got to hang on to it again. Good, no, it's racing up the green. It's a good shot though from where he was. Might come back down a little bit. No. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Have you ever seen that hole-in-one with Fuzzy Zeller? Where the ball goes through the green onto the side of the green and stops for 10, 15 seconds and then just all the way back down into the hole. It's quite an extraordinary movie. You can get it on YouTube.
Well, this time yesterday, those flags were fairly still, now flapping around. Now this is a bit of a putt we've got here for Zalatoris in C.
To say the least, Richard. I mean, I'm seeing this as a bit of a triple breaker, to be honest. Left to right, right to left, down the hill, and then you should come back off your left towards the end, especially as it slows down. You've got that wind strong off your left too. Plenty going on with this putt.
Excellent distance control from Zalatoris there. It's 4 or 5 feet for his par.
Do you remember what was the worst side of the draw? Do you remember the event? Does it stick in the mind?
No, over the years it's going to happen 5, 6 times, and generally it's when you're out early and it's blowing a hoolie and it goes calm in the afternoon. And then it's windy in the afternoon the next day. It's just your luck in seaside golf. Had plenty of good draws too. There was one at Muirfield that was extraordinary. I think Tiger shot 85 or something.
Yeah, this hole yesterday, Fitzpatrick actually went onto the 14th green.
Over the wall?
Yeah, over the wall, and he made a great up and down to save par. Different kind of test today, but still a tricky one. And that's nicely judged as well for pace. Very good. Someone's been working hard to work those out.
Overall, just seeing very little in this part. It's downhill, downwind. It's going to be quick.
It's been an indifferent start from Morikawa. Itzy, was that wind factor being played there by Morikawa to leave it that short?
I also saw that putt being very quick and maybe just underestimated it. I mean, that just was incredibly poor, to say the least.
He's had a few of these where he hasn't lost his turn over these first 3 holes.
Still work to do. These aren't the par putts you want to leave yourself.
Noticeably choppier on the Firth of Forth this morning.
Morikawa for his par on 12.
So bogey at 10, bogey at 12. Morikawa to +3, much to contemplate.
Matsuyama run up the hill here. Second to 11, so just try and get the distance right, but it's left it woefully short. I find that it is difficult, but they're making it very difficult.
Well, it's going to be a fight. Lots made of his putting. Zalatoris. Well, he should have learned a little from Hideki Matsuyama in terms of pace here, Justin Thomas.
Great support out there this time in the morning. Just touch more for Thomas. A good par.
Like Zalatoris, this will be a good two-putt, indeed it is. One of the joys, wasn't it, of seeing Fitzpatrick win was Billy Foster's reaction as well.
Yeah, his first major, Billy. He was a very happy boy. Now Fitzpatrick, this for another birdie. Fleetwood, sorry. Not quite. Birdie par start.
Yeah, solid enough. Anytime you're under par and conditions are like this, you know you're making progress. Ricky Fowler, one of those who's picked up a birdie this morning at the par 3 14th. He's moved to 2 under par. Well, when you start like this, it's now all about trying to make the cut.
Yes, or get to St Andrews. Once it's gone.
But it's just over there.
Yes.
The Kingdom of Fife. And that's next week. This is this week. Kurt Kitayama has birdied the 5th hole, so the American who shot 66 has got to -5. Remember, 3 places for the Open Championship for players in the top 10 not yet qualified. Ricky Fowler would fall into that category. 69 yesterday. He's picked up another shot this morning. He's just outside that top 10. 2 under par. And I'm afraid the news got worse for Matsuyama. He missed that return putt as well. So it's a double bogey. 6-6 start. 6 over par. It's all the 6s.
4 putts on the 11th.
Yeah, stats go down in 3 because the first was just off the green, but yeah, it was 4 putts.
Yes, I know the stat. I always thought if you used a putter, it's a putt.
It is. What about this 13th hole? It's delicious.
Yeah, it's a fabulous little hole. We mentioned yesterday, if you get the right wind hard down off the right, you can actually get very close to this green, but it's just a 2-iron and a wedge, really. Everything left is dead, gone. So it's just a case up the right half, hitting the fairway. And it always looks like they've hit miles left when you see the shot tracker. That's a good, perfect one.
It's interesting looking at the apex of the ball here. So 66 feet. It's the kind of day you want to keep it as low as you can.
Definitely get the run. Iron for Zalatoris, Cincy.
Reward hole, trying to favour down the right hand side. Draw it in. It should release. That's A1 right there.
See, Zalatoris hits it a lot higher generally. So, especially when you're hitting shots into the wind, Sam, it's going to leave it floating up there.
He's quite steep into the back of the ball, which imparts a lot of backspin and height, which is exactly what he grew up learning.
I mean, you want to be finishing things on the left half, but you're not playing for it. You should let the slope do the work.
That's a good one, perfect spot.
Well, we talk about the getting the bad side of the draw. It didn't stop Justin Thomas from winning the US Open, the USPGA rather. He was on the wrong side of that draw. 7 shots back going into the final round.
And here he is. He's a wonderful wind player. He slows down his rhythm so much.
So bad.
Let's see where that came down. Short and left.
I was going to say, Sam, you saw the ball there of Tommy Fleetwood on the green. He's actually got a decent look at birdie. So just to remind you, a 6-6 start from Hideki Matsuyama. 4 putts at 11. After the chopping out of the fescue at 10.
Very stocky man, very strong, great power. Just a little bit right, will it get a kick left? No, it's coming up short.
Well, great to see this event co-sanctioned between the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour, so it counts to both the DP World Tour rankings and the FedEx standings. It's been a Rolex Series event, the Genesis Scottish Open, since 2017. This the 3rd of 5 Rolex Series tournaments on the 2022 DP World Tour schedule.
This is the Rolex Series. Well, the hard work has certainly paid off.
Taking his career to another stage today.
And it earns him a Rolex Series victory.
Nothing quite like that winning feeling.
Colin Morikawa, the #1 on the DP World Tour last season. 3 good tee shots at 13.
Yeah, all perfect. All ending on the left half of the fairway too, which is the flatter part.
49.
Yeah, I think that other
Just
one
listening.
Yeah, well, I tried to play that. Perfect. Yeah. I mean, this one I think it's just kind of a comfortable, not smash, but just a solid one. Yeah, feel it. Straight down.
What's he got, Incy?
166 yards left, and it's no more than a wedge straight downwind, eyeing up just right at the flag. Anything left will go.
Oh.
Just caught that slope.
Just been one of those days so far for Morikawa. It's all hard work.
No.
That was a poor shot though. He's got a wedge in his hand. He's missed his target by 20 yards.
It's just too short to have that because the bounce harder left, you know what I'm saying? Going to the right finish. Yeah. Okay. Finish there.
Well, he just wants to land it sort of just off the green right edge, 10 yards right of the flag. One bounce straight, and then it'll come feed down towards the hole. That's the plan.
A little bit like that.
Just didn't get the spin.
Yeah, surprising, really.
That was really unlucky, actually. I thought he played that perfect. That's where Thomas is finished. Decent lie. Another one with an exquisite short game. Touch more.
Tougher angle from the left half. Just less room to work with. You've got to play right at the pin. About there is perfect.
Good shot from Will Zalatoris.
Will be relishing the chance to play in the Open. Last year he actually played very nicely. A lot of focus was made of a short putt he missed. He had to withdraw in the end at Royal St George's, but he's got that kind of game, Sam, that looks like it should translate everywhere. Although it'd be interesting to see, watching today, how he does cope with the stiff breeze that's on offer. Another birdie look for Tommy Fleetwood. Scores can be made out there today. Xander Schauffele's a couple under through his early holes on this back nine. Brian Fox, ditto. He's picked up a couple of birdies as well. What great form he's in.
This may seem like a stupid question, Richard, but that visitscotland.com, is that a virtual sign or is that actually there? It's one of the best ads I've ever seen.
It's actually there. You can put your head through the zero and have a lovely picture of yourself with the first or fourth in the backdrop.
Wonderful shots down to the fourth bridge there. I think that's the fourth. Possibly not. Fitz running onto the back of the green, he'll have the hardest putt. Morikawa just off the left side, as you see. Little chip and run up the hill. He may putt it into.
Yeah, I think this is the right club and shot to choose, really. It's steep uphill all the way, and then the last 4 feet flattens up. You often can't see the steepness of the contours and undulations on your screen, I'd imagine, but this is at least 8 feet uphill.
He hasn't had a moment, Sam, in this round where he can just kind of breathe easily.
It's just before his opening tee shot was his only chance. Just how it just happens, you know.
Chipped down to here. First drop shot of the day for Justin Thomas, 4 over. At the moment, 4 overs outside the top 100. It certainly won't be come the end of 36 holes later on this evening. So, Sam, why were you saying this is the trickier of the putts?
It's just longer down, big swing off the left. Well, coming from the other side, he could have been quite a lot more aggressive. Morikawa, I know he wasn't, but as he hit it, not quite. Another tedious little 5-footer.
Yeah, I'm saying a lot made of Zalatoris' putting. Fitzpatrick obviously is seen as one of the best putters around, although he didn't putt his best in that final round of the US Open. Didn't matter. But Zalatoris actually stroke gained putting, positive in the majors, negative elsewhere on the PGA Tour. But this is his kind of length, isn't it?
Yeah, overall, this is probably the flattest part of the green as well. Very little movement in this. If there's anything, it's got to come off your right.
I think we're going to hear those groans a few times. You got to laugh sometimes. He knows that was a pretty feeble attempt.
Yeah, he would never have left that putt that far short in normal conditions. Great shot down there, isn't it? The suntan lotion. 14 sweaters and a coat.
I saw someone in the Firth yesterday. A brave man.
Must have fallen him. This will be slow, NC. He's got to rattle this one.
Ran on the wrong side of the bed. This morning, Colin Morikawa, 4 holes, 3 bogeys. Tommy Fleetwood, first to go, back on the tee. See the man from Southport there. Look at apex, up to just over 100 feet. There's a little bit of sunshine over on the west coast of Scotland at the moment. It's dipped in here in East Lothian on the east side.
I managed to have a power at the third. Matsuyama, the 12th, his third hole. And the bogey, double bogey, par start. Not what he was looking for, obviously. It's going to have to make 3 or 4 birdies from here to make it tomorrow. It's a bit tight, this one. Will it hang on? Oh,
that
it will
helps.
now.
Not as good as I think finishing on
the marker right on top of it
that we saw yesterday from Zalatoris. You know that was rare because his caddy JJ got his camera out and took a photo of it.
It's an iron for Thomas. That's definitely. You'd think that was gone, wouldn't you? It might be. It's close. You saw a white post there just out of the screen on the left. I don't think it's reached the OB.
He's not sure.
No, you can't see a thing from the tee. You're guessing. He's wanting a sign from someone that's up there. Is it in play?
Tommy said no idea. We can't really help either.
No, and we saw it.
Exactly. Looks like he's going to hit a provisional.
You may as well. It's not going to cost you him. It's a long walk back if you get up there and it's a yard out of bounds. He's waiting, still waiting for a signal.
He's obviously had a sign, Justin Thomas, because you can see he's not going to bother hitting another one. Well, it's not a struggle for everyone out there. Look at Kitayama still ticking along very nicely. Gary Woodland chipped in at 18 yesterday for his 64. 9 birdies, 9 pars for Cameron Chingali, who equalled the course record with that 61. We've been focusing on Zalatoris' near major misses. There's Mito Pereira, who is denied down the 72nd hole. It's a tough second day at this Genesis Scottish Open. Dean Burmester, 2 under. He loves to hit that low stinger with the 2-iron.
Yeah, he's got a great game, Burmester. Big, strong boy, too.
Well, you can see Fitzpatrick, we've been watching, couple under. 39 players now under par. Wonder how many it will be at the end of the day.
22. It's a guess.
I might go, if I'm playing along, I might go less.
23 or
less than 20, yeah.
I'll have £2.50 with you.
Okay.
I'll have under 20, over 23, 23 and over.
And I'll have under.
Okay. Good luck, Richard.
Game on.
You're looking at pretty cheap. 60.
Now the par 3 down the hill, Lindsay's first time back into the wind. This one, I guess.
What a beautiful hole. 172 yards from an elevated tee box, which means it is playing downhill by 7 yards. But overall, like you said, Sam, it is strong into your face. So it's at least playing its yardage, if not more. Pins in that back left corner. To be honest, you can go at it. You just can't afford to go long. You've got enough room just short. I'd imagine we'd see a 3/4 finish. Just trying to keep that ball flight and spin down.
Let's see if we can catch the chat here.
Sounded a little clunky, means you hit it high in the face, might not get the distance. No, it's a beauty. Very nice shot. US Open champion. Izzy, what clubs are they hitting?
Well, I reckon it's Will Zalatoris, isn't it? He's a longer hitter, and Matt probably would have taken a little bit off his 7 there, so I'd imagine for Will Zalatoris it'll be no more than an 8. He's at least a club longer. It's actually extraordinary how far he hits it, given how, I guess, pound for pound, he's not a tall, strong-looking guy, with all due respect, but he does send one out there.
Great width in his swing, isn't it, Incy? I think that's where it comes from.
We've just got I think they call it the ancient wall, just right of 14, separating the 12th par 3 green as well. So kind of an intimate part of the golf course. Spectators absolutely loving it. There's a tentative village just left at the screen, so I could probably help myself to a hamburger.
Get a haggis pie. Much nicer.
Plenty of onions, Incy, plenty of onions.
A deliberate takeaway of Colin Morikawa. I think he likes it. No. It's okay. All 3 on the green.
Well, it's not a bad lie, really, for Thomas. Could have been a lot worse. I think I'll take that.
But you're not set all the way down.
Pretty poor, actually. I mean, it was a good lie. He's 20 yards left of where he wanted to land it for Just a nudge forward with a wedge. No, sorry, Richard, I thought that was very poor.
No, I mean, you're right, but I think he'll take that given that he's hit a poor tee shot and a poor second.
He would certainly have taken it on the tee when he didn't know where his ball was.
Let's see if Fleetwood can get the grip we didn't see from Fitzpatrick. That's excellent. Excellent from Fleetwood.
Yeah,
he's been a little quiet really the last year or two, Tommy Fleetwood, but he is saying, I am staying patient. He thinks it's there, and that if he just stays patient, the results will come. The way they happen for Fitzpatrick really as well.
It's so true, because when it's not just happening, you can start fiddling and trying to fix things when it's not really broken. You're just a little bit, your kilter's just a bit out, or your timing's a fraction out. Like this great player, his timing's just out today. And the scores are 3 over par after 2 holes. But he's not going to change his swing because of this. There's nothing wrong with his swing. Look. There you go.
The comeback starts.
I'll rest my case.
Thought he might make a 2 there. Got putts for 2s as well, coming up on the 14th green. Who's going first here, Incy?
It looks like it's Zalatoris. It's a downhill putt, right to left all the way. Back into the wind. I mean, the flag's not really moving, but it's still there. Maybe it's just guarded by that wall just right of the green. Still a lengthy putt to go, though, at least 35 feet, I'd say.
Well, it just looked like it could go nowhere else but straight in just at the last second. The ball decided, no, I don't like the dark. I'm going round the hole. Shame. Great effort from the young American.
Yeah, about 3 feet out, you thought, pick it out of the hole. And then just the indicator came on.
Right there. Can't miss. Then something in the road in front of him.
Downhill putt, right to left. It kind of goes up and then back down.
Excellent putt from Morikawa. Tap in par. 3 over today, though. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sam, first hole really, which has been routine. There are scores out there. James Morrison's birdied 4 of his last 5 holes, front 9, and he's got to 2 over par, 3 under for the day. So we've seen it from Fitzpatrick as well. He's having a good scoring day so far. Could get better here, Incy.
Yeah, would have got a great look for Morikawa on which way this is going. And Richard, I would have imagined you've seen on socials Billy Foster getting an ice cream yesterday. He just asked me for one, but I'm sad to report that it's closed.
Stay up, stay up.
Well, I can't bet he go and buy his own ice cream anyway. Yesterday, I think it was Jamie Spence he got to go and buy him one. Now he's asking Incy for one.
Well, he's a major winner. He has rights.
Let's see if he can do better than Morikawa, who left it good 4 or 5 feet short.
It's extremely slow up there. Just a tap in, hopefully, for young Americans, Zalatoris.
I mean, it's not pretty, but it's effective.
It works. And you know, it doesn't matter how ugly it is. If it does the same thing every time, you can be the best player in the world.
He's not far away from being one.
No, you're right there. Chance for Fleetwood? No.
Well, a long time until Cameron Tringali goes out. 2:15 this afternoon, his tee-off time. Gary Woodland goes off just after 2 o'clock. You would expect them still to be 1 and 2 on the leaderboard, but you never know. Kurt Kitayama's going along pretty tidily so far. Oh my. Complete 360 horseshoe.
Didn't he take it well? I mean, it's not been a great start for him, but that was ridiculous.
He certainly took it a lot better than Scotty Scheffler did on that green yesterday. Well, Kurt Kitayama won twice on the DP World Tour in his first 11 starts on tour. I remember one of those being in some really windy conditions as well in the Middle East. Player from Las Vegas, enjoying himself on the east coast of Scotland. Fine performance so far from the American. 4 back. Ricky Fowler still playing nicely as well. Good to see. Former champion of the Genesis Scottish Open. Yeah, Ricky Fowler winning in 2015 at Gullen, which is literally down the road from where we are now. Scotland's Gulf Coast. Yeah, only about a 5-minute drive from another golf course when you're in the car.
More like 5 yards.
Yeah.
You just go from 18th green to 1st green. Right round the coast.
You had a lunch next door, didn't you? Yesterday? You had...
Yeah, it's over at Archerfield. 2 fabulous courses here. Of 100 in this area that are just out of this world. Great facilities. There's just 3 wood here for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, it's a long par 4, but it does play a little downwind off the left.
Looks like it's way right, but Billy Foster says it's okay. It certainly is.
Billy knows.
Billy does know.
Although he might have to wait till the back 9 for the ice cream. Bit of a lie-in for the ice cream seller, isn't it? 9:30, he hasn't opened yet.
It's a Scottish trait. Any time's ice cream time. Now, 3 wood for Zalatoris as well.
Yeah.
Good drive, Zinzi.
Yeah, smart play from Zalatoris, just hitting that 3-wood. I mean, driver can put in that far left bunker into play. It's 391 yards. It's a perfect spot now. Morikawa going for the similar sort of strategy. I mean, this fairway is just peppered with bunkers. You've got at least 5 on your right. So you're very much favouring the left half. Straight downwind. Normally a long par 4. I'm playing much shorter today.
We've got ahead to, or back to 14, par 3 down the hill.
Good here, Finno and Tommy in chat.
Spin up on that. Don't want to spin it up there.
Yeah.
It's a nice one.
Yeah.
After turn, you just left it.
Yeah.
Wonderful iron player, Fleetwood. It's a nice, beautiful, crisp strike. It's spin of the club, it's on line.
Very nice.
Excellent.
The top files from Fleetwood.
Yeah, I mean, they're both right. It just depends on the flight, obviously.
It's not obviously close parts before it gets it. The hole's also 20 yards longer.
Yeah.
Says he and Bones are still developing as a partnership, but it's been a pretty good start, especially when you tuck another major under your belt the way Justin Thomas has.
I think Bones just wants another 18th flag, doesn't he? That the winner always takes. Both balls there, they're okay, not too bad. 30-40 feet putts down the hill.
Yeah, when Thomas won the USPGA, I mean, he was on the wrong side of the draw, shot a couple of 67s, was so pleased with the way he played at Southern Hills. Then went out Saturday, shot the 74, he thought he'd blown another major opportunity. It just shows you just got to stick in there, wait and see what develops. 3 lovely tee shots here at 15, all in prime position. Sam, you 21 DP World Tour wins for you. You must have had 1 or 2 like that where you thought it had gone and you found yourself with the trophy.
Yes, absolutely. One was Tunisian Open in a fairway bunker on the 72nd hole over water, and I had to go for it, and it hit the lip of the bunker, but stopped short of the water. But when it hit the lip of the bunker, I thought it's going in the water at the end of my tournament. It didn't. I knocked it on the green, 2 putting and 1, so that was one. It looks a little calmer out there for somehow.
Well, Incy's there. Incy, is there a little more calmness around?
I would say the wind is still up. It's definitely still there. I guess we're just slightly more inland. We're not as exposed. We're not right on the coast.
Yeah. I was thinking 5 ends up,
compared to 12, 13 and 14 anyway.
It does look brighter.
Okay, you want to shoot for 6 then? Yeah. Okay. So 42 is 48. 148 in the air, 67 total. That same shot we were trying to hit on 13, right? Yep. Little out of the left? Yeah, correct. It's like right there. Now, if we landed left of the pin, is it bouncing left? It's on the, there's a little ridge here, so if it's like just left of it, no, but if it's like at the back of the wheel, not a little bit, then it catches back to the right.
165 for Morikawa, no more than a pitching wedge, straight downwind. Looking up just right at this flag. Anything left, it does slope away from you. Needs something special to happen now.
It's a tough pin to get at. There's a hump there, just short left of where the pin is, and the wind's off the left slightly, so it's difficult to get it close, very close to the pin.
Just off the green at 14, Justin Thomas. Giving himself another one of those. See how fast it was, and he really needed just to breathe on it. Fitzpatrick's already played here, Incy?
Yeah, it was a perfect shot. Actually came in from the correct angle on the right hand side. Maybe a little bit too close to the bunker for my liking, but it's hit it to about 10 feet or so. I've got Zalatoris, 127 yards to go. And looking at the lie, it's just in front of an old divot. So I'd imagine having to get a bit more steeper on this one, just to trap that ball, guarantee some sort of strike. You could see that sandy explosion, couldn't you?
Yeah, he executed it beautifully into it, well described. Really drove down on it in there. He liked that one. It's actually great to see the faces when they hit a links type shot that comes off. It's like, whoa, it really works.
It feels good. Another excellent shot. Of all the players we've seen this morning, Fitzpatrick's played beautifully. Fleetwood as well. He's missed a few to the right though. But encouraging signs. Just trying to build some consistency, build some confidence.
Saw the horseshoe a little while ago for Thomas. Not this time. Well done. Just the par.
Up to 15 green, where we've got 3 looks at birdie.
I'm seeing very little movement overall this section of the pin, I guess. And for Morikawa, straight up the hill, downwind, a little bit off your left. If anything, it's probably going to break off that side too. I mean, Sam, we were talking about how to putt in the wind earlier this morning at breakfast. And you kept it very simple, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just as you see it. Slightly widen your stance, possibly. Keep a firm base. And pray.
Sam, it seems to me, listening to you talk and about your game and your career, that you kept everything as simple as possible. What do you make of what the players do now? They've got this coach, that coach, looking at the stats and things like that. Is that something you think, if it was around in your day, you would have taken?
Well, who knows? It wasn't around, so you can't really tell if you'd have used it or not. But to be honest, you would use everything you could to make yourself better. So there's things out there that want to try. Absolutely. But nowadays it was see it, hit it, and find it, hit it again. We didn't have yardage books in the beginning. You had to make your own yardages.
Well, Fitzpatrick, he's been noting down every single shot he's hit since he was 15 years of age. Yeah.
I used to work for a wonderful gardener when I was 14, 15. He told me to read a newspaper every day until I found a word that I didn't understand, look it up, and also to keep a diary. Oh my goodness, I wish I'd kept a diary. Wonderful putt from Fitz for birdie. 3 under today.
Yeah, that's as good as anyone out there. 3 under for his round. Beautifully done. So you didn't listen to the gardener, is what you're saying?
Well, I did, but I didn't do it.
You listened, but didn't act. So, lovely part from Fitzpatrick. You see the way he just tucks the shirt in there under his armpit?
To keep the connection, I believe, Incy, is that right?
Yeah, it does it every time, even on the putting green during his warm-up. Little right to left of Zalatoris.
Let's see right edge.
Oh, happens every time. Thank you.
Fitzpatrick now inside the top 20 with that latest birdie, up to -2, back on the tee. Matsuyama off the back of a much needed birdie. 13th.
I like 5 or exactly what I meant. You don't want them to fuck around, you can get in the air a little bit.
Was working hard on the range this week with Pete Cowan. I asked Pete, I said, is that a new thing?
Yeah.
He said he actually started working, no one talked about it, started working with Matsuyama when he was 19 years of age. First time they worked together was next door when Hideki was an amateur at Muirfield. He says it's kind of like on a irregular basis.
Touch left, but just hang on. Come through, keep coming, come on, come on. There you go.
Nice.
Perfection.
Yeah, so a few out there 3 under par today. Matt Fitzpatrick, Xander Schauffele, Ryan Fox, all 3 under for their round. Lovely tee shot. Incy, this 16th yesterday, I mean, especially in the afternoon, was a beast. Some of the players were struggling to even get to the fairway.
I mean, yesterday I asked you, Richard, how far you carry the golf ball, because I think most amateurs at home would really struggle in actually even reaching the fairway. It's 250 yards to carry. Obviously, won't be a problem at all for Zalatoris, but this par 5 is playing long, straight into the wind. He needs to keep this ball flight down.
Yeah, nice looking shape from Zalatoris. Yeah, Ricky Fowler hit driver, 2-iron, 6-iron into this hole. Not too often a par 5 plays over its par. 5.1 was the average.
It's a beast of a hole, Richard. Just got to watch out for those bunkers on the left. 287 to reach, which is why you're hugging the right half.
Hang on. Struggles continue for Morikawa. He struggled as much as anybody in our feature group, but there have been some bright spots along the way. Matsuyama, another who struggled, Sam, but after starting 6-6, at least he clawed something back at 13.
Yes, this was a delightful shot. Almost perfect. Nice bit of spin on it now, just virtually stone dead.
Like Matsuyama, Tommy Fleetwood started the day at 3 over par. This is all he's got to show so far for his opening 5 holes. Could have been better.
It certainly could have been. Tommy playing well today, though.
But Fitzpatrick is scoring well. Birdied 10. Birdied 11.
And just a little while ago, I'm on at 15. Great stuff from Fitz.
Lost in the playoff here last year, Matt Fitzpatrick. He's getting himself nicely into position in this second round. He's just off the first page of that leaderboard. Kurt Kitayama without a drop shot today, picking up his only birdie of the day at the 5th hole. Currently in a share of 3rd. There is Ricky Fowler, who dropped a shot at 15, got it straight back at that par 5 16th, where we're watching our feature group come down with Fitzpatrick on that hole right now. Eagle start for Xander Schauffele, and that's part of the reason why he's moved up to 1 under. Tristan Lawrence, who won the opening event of the DP World Tour season, winning the 36-hole Joburg Open. There's Patrick Catley, who was up there, wasn't he, with Shoffley at the Travellers' Championship a few weeks ago before the final round. Stuart Sink, nice yesterday, Sam. I know you were watching it a bit at Stuart Sink. Just a poor finish. Well, everyone had a tough finish.
Yeah, it's 3 under with 4 to play. He's found a new lease of life, Stuart Sink. He's been playing great in America recently.
Looks like Matsuyama's just avoided the bunker.
Closer down, a little off the left?
Correct.
Perfect spot for Justin Thomas. Leaning left usually means right. Just not starting it on his target line. He's maybe getting in front of the ball a little bit, or who knows? His coach will know. I don't.
Just a nice one, yeah? Yeah.
Again, great partnership, these two. He's been struggling though, Tommy. He's not found his best form.
Yeah, the problems really came with the driver, but driving stats are improving. Found another fairway here, although it had to bump through the rough to get there. Giving himself a birdie putt every hole. You would have liked that a little closer in.
We're just coming up shy of the bunker, so nice easy, just a nice sand wedge up the hill. I think he likes it, big bounce, he said. And he got it, he got a good bounce with a wedge in his hand. That's done very well.
1972, that was the first ever Genesis Scottish Open. Sam Torrance was part of the field that week. Back at the home of golf in Scotland. Always great to be here. Big couple of months coming up as well in this country. And just over 20 miles from the Renaissance Club is Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland. Edinburgh Castle, I mean, it's stunning up there. You get some amazing views. Home to Scotland's crown jewels. And the 1 o'clock gun. Like their football, it's all hearts and hips, the footy teams. And next month, I don't know if you've ever been to the Edinburgh Festival.
It's extraordinary.
I've worked there.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I worked in one of the theatres when I was a student. Yeah, fantastic.
Just magnificent.
Yeah.
You probably went to Rose Street, did you?
Yeah.
That's the one where you do the pub crawl.
No, it's fantastic. Arthur's Seat as well. That stunning ancient volcano, the main peak of Edinburgh's Hills. It is a beautiful, beautiful city. I mean, you know, everywhere you walk, you're looking at fabulous architecture.
Well, the castle's just spectacular. Where it's situated, sort of right in the middle of the town. It's quite extraordinary to stand and look at it. And all round outside the hills, it's a beautiful place, Scotland. Just a wee bit cold.
Yeah, majority have got the shorts on, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, this is a sunny day. Who was it that said when they played the British Open for the first time? It might have been an American, but even a Japanese says, I don't know why you don't play it in the summer.
I think someone's saying that about the World Cup this year as well. That's another story.
Well, he's waiting for the green. Now, yesterday this was drive 2 iron, 6 iron. So, he's hit a huge drive. He loves it. This can get a lot of run on it. it's in there somewhere. It might just over that hill. I don't think it's in the thick stuff. He was too happy with it for it to be that wide.
264 for Zalatoris. It's a long way in, straight into the breeze, but everything's downhill from maybe just 70 yards short of the green, so it can kick down, but it can also kick down left or right depending on the bounce.
Lindsay, is the tee up? Is that why they can reach the green today?
Yeah, well, we've got the tee box has moved 36 yards further forward, so it's playing shorter, but it is still strong, straight into your face.
It's making a big difference, though. I mean, as Richard said, 6-iron for the third shots after a good drive and 2-iron for this man.
Yeah, we've just been handed the course setup table that we get. It normally, you wouldn't believe it does come later than when the players tee up. Thomas, yes, well done. Deserved a bit of a break on the greens after the last few holes. Yeah, they pushed the tee up at 16, 17 and 18 today. Makes sense given the conditions expected throughout the day. They've also moved a few up on the front nine, but we'll talk about those when we get there.
Well, Morikawa just had to lay up after being in the right rough. So 112 yards to go, and this part of the green is a real Mickey Mouse one. Plenty of contours and undulation. Looking to pitch just beyond the flag. You've got the backstop to use. You can whiz it back if you needed to. Bit of an insurance policy, really. I mean, clearly in between clubs there, you can't afford to miss this short. If anything, club up, just swing it a bit easier, take the spin off, keep the flight down.
What's it there? Front right. Not his best. It's fine. No problem. Fleetwood on 15. That's for birdie. Just to get to 3 under. Oh, what a putt, Tommy Fleetwood. Very nice.
Yeah, so back to level par. All three players in this group started at +3. Couple of birdies now from Fleetwood, +1, and chance to edge closer to that top 20. He's agreeing to putt on. 2 out of 2 so far.
And all Matsuyama is thinking now, I've seen this film. I hit it closest, they both make it, and I miss it. That was the movie I kept seeing in this scenario anyway.
Come on, make it 3 out of 3, Hideki. You can do it. Yes.
Well, they do to like match each other, don't they? All 73s yesterday.
No.
Good stuff.
Yep. Yeah. Matsuyama now back to 1 over for the day. Well, this is where Fitzpatrick's ball did finish. Look at the chipping action. That's caused plenty of chat. What do you make of the chipping action?
Excellent. Anything that makes it work, to be honest. It's not as bad as it looks. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is, it's not like he's got a real problem with his chipping. He just finds this is easier because it makes your left wrist very firm coming through the ball, so that you don't de-loft it or put loft on the shot. It stays where you want it to stay.
Well, it was just part of a drill originally to help him, and then he thought, well, this could work.
I liked it so much, I'm going to try this in the course.
I wonder how many might follow suit.
Well, we saw, I think it was Rich Beamer. No, who was it was on the range last week showing this shot, and he shanked the first one. I think it was Brad Faxon. Yeah, but you could try. You see people do things. Oh, I'm going to try that, and they might go away in a corner, dark corner, try it out so nobody sees. This is going a bit speedily for Zalatoris.
Crowd's building nicely now. You can see a little bit of an atmosphere out there. A few birdies being holed.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is the dream, really, isn't it? I mean, it's got to be windy on the links course, and it's just that true test of golf today. Fans are really in for a treat. But just listening into your conversation about left below right, I tried that straight away.
And?
I get the theory, but I couldn't do it. Morikawa, disappointed pitch shot. Not a lot of movement.
Great try. I've heard that Zalatoris after the Open next week is going to stay in St Andrews for a week or two. He's got buddies that went to college there that are going to come over, and he's just going to see the old Grey Tune. He's heard such great things about it from the college mates.
He said he's going to check out a few pubs as well.
Yeah, he will find some crackers, let me tell you. I've spent a couple of winters in St Andrews, and it is just beautiful little town. So many nooks and crannies and pubs and coffee shops.
He should probably have a word with you, Sam, shouldn't he, really?
No, I'll just go with him. Likes a wee drama here. Now Fitzpatrick, can he get another? Oh, good man, Fitz.
Can he?
The US Open champion is on the march.
Wow. 4 birdies, no drop shots, and suddenly he's into the top 10.
There's a wee message to himself. Good putt.
Yeah, you see, you mentioned he likes a wee drab. His caddy there, Ryan, it was his birthday yesterday, and Willie bought him a 21-year-old bottle of whiskey for his birthday.
Do you know which one?
No.
That's sorry. Glenmorangie, maybe. There's a few choices here, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
hit it, Will, hit it.
That's a 6 for Zalatoris. Back to +1 now. First bogey of the day. Hopefully birdie for Morikawa. Beg your pardon, that was a par putt. Well, he and Fitzpatrick started level. There's 7 shots between them now, because the US Open champion has emerged on the first page of our leaderboard. And you may have also noted that a double bogey finish to the front 9 for Kurt Kitayama. That was at the par 3 9th. But Fitzpatrick, certainly the story so far of day 2. Nacho Elvira. Birdies at the 3rd and 5th holes. He's moved into a couple under. Out in 34 for Ricky Fowler, who started at the 10th. There's some of the players we watched in our feature groups yesterday. Spieth, Rahm, Cameron Smith and Tyrrell Hatton. Lovely start to round 2 from Xander Schauffele. All pars so far for the South African Tristan Lawrence. Some start from Patrick Rogers. Hold his second shot to the second for an eagle 2. Have pushed the tee up at the second by 50 yards. Par 3 17th.
The double cars there. It's a wonderful, well, gift. It's not a gift, but a prize for the caddy. If the player holds the one, the caddy gets a car as well.
Yeah, flag
I
today.
can't wait for that to happen. I just hope to see the celebration. This is the pin.
This, I was going to say, this is the flag. You can see the arrows pointing there off the slope. You could see one today. Yesterday, given the wind conditions, that top right flag was near on impossible, really. But this is this has a shout. Grandstand's busy over at 17. They certainly want to see one. Rory Fitzpatrick's playing.
Taking dead aim. You see the big severe slope front of the pin there. That's why you would want to bring it in off the right hand side and let it come off, feed off that slope down towards the hole side.
Yeah, certainly had plenty of chat amongst the caddies about what's on offer here. Lovely electric car for both player and caddy if there is an ace. Brother Alex turned pro last week, made his debut on the DP World Tour at the Horizon Irish Open. Alex, he was there obviously with the celebrations at Brookline a couple of weeks ago. So the wind didn't help him and the bounce didn't help him.
No. You can see what he's talking about though. That kick 3 feet right, if it kicks 3 feet left, it's down at the hole.
I rolled in, because of this.
I mean, if you're going to make a hole-in-one today, this is the hole to do it. Everything is pointing you in that direction. 186 yards to go. Pins in pretty much a bowl. It's very accessible. Just the 8-iron, you can afford to ride the wind here. Starting it at the 7 of the 17, just beyond the green on the TV tower.
He's eyeing it up and down.
Well, he'll do well to make par from over there. He did make par though at the last. I told it was a 6, but it was in fact a 5.
I mean, Morikawa is capable of working it both ways, likes to fade it, hold it against the wind, but this time I think he's going to try and use the wind to his advantage. Like I said, just starting at the heart of the green. Let Mother Nature do the rest. Feed it down even closer to the pin. It's an easy game when you talk about it.
Oh yeah, I know that feeling.
Go. Go.
Well, there's a pot bunker there, a couple of yards short of the green.
I have to say, Rich, there's so much for us saying, well, this is the pin for the hole-in-one. There hasn't one of them got within 30 yards.
No. Par 5 16, third shot in for the PGA champion, two-time PGA champion, and sets himself up for a dead cert birdie. I love the rhythm
It's beautiful, isn't it? It is stunning.
Well, this is just what Fitzpatrick wanted, you know, straight back on the bicycle, straight back into contention, which is what he is now at 3 under par.
Exactly. He had a fun couple of days in Ireland. So he just relaxed for a couple of days and now he's back.
I think in a way, Sam, it's a relief for him to get back into tournament mode because there's been so much going on. I mean, great stuff, but so much off-course activities.
And I guess it's what comes with being a major champion, but you're right, he'll be much happier just to be back into the real world. The heady heights of a major champion.
You know, he went to New York, did all the chat shows and all that sort of thing. Tommy's played 3 already, so Fleetwood's 4th here at the par 5. Apologies for some strong language there.
Couple under today, Fleetwood, but he's struggling there for his par.
Well, it's Morikawa to go next. I didn't even see this bunker short of the green being in play. That was definitely a combination of a misjudgment and a miss hit for sure. Lucky not to have been plugged as well. I mean, this is a steep bunker. I had a look what Morikawa would be able to see, and it's not much. If anything, just the top of the flag. So if you've got something to aim at, you can maybe aim at the spectators in the distance. But obviously, that's just for your line, not your distance.
Can't say that, and you can't aim at spectators.
The bobble hat.
A little fiery, played it well, but just a bit fiery.
Similar putt to Fleetwood, but he's played 1 less, Matsuyama. That slowed it down.
Good break there for Matsuyama. He could do with 1 or 2. Going back to just 1 over for the day though. 3 over after 2.
Looking to land this on the fringe. 1 too hot. And release like a putt.
Yeah, his record in the majors is extraordinary, really. And Fitzpatrick, before this year, it was something that was concerning him, was how poorly he'd been playing in the majors. Then he got himself into contention at Southern Hills. Was in the final pairing for the final round. Didn't work out his way, but said he learnt so much from that. Something that he and Billy talked about a lot.
The feeling of being in contention in a major, proper contention.
And also realising the mistakes that he made during that final round.
He's a great worker, Fitzpatrick. Works very hard.
Well, driving and putting is a real strength of Matt Fitzpatrick. What a combination round here. And brilliant tee shot onto this par 3. Tricky putt. Flat, then back down. Should move right to left.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. Very difficult to get the line right there.
They just talked about how at Southern Hills that they rushed shots, didn't talk through them properly, got out of his routine a little bit, and that. We'll come back to that in a moment. This for par for Fleetwood.
Shame, he'd played well, 2 under up to this point in the round, and a nice easy par 5, but not to be. We saw Morikawa's bunker shot finishing here. Is this for his par? Three bogeys so far. And that's a good par from the one yesterday.
For the cheeks. It's been hard work for Morikawa today. But this will continue the 5-pack. This to get to level par for the day. Three birdies the last 4 holes, and said it was all about making the cut for Matsuyama. Well, he's doing everything to make sure that will be the case. +3.
Tricky one here for Zalatoris for his par. Well done. Good up and down. He was down the hill there. Excellent par save.
Yeah. Very nice up and down from Zalatoris. I like the way Matt Fitzpatrick, he compared himself to his football team, Sheffield United. Not expected to do well, but we get, you know, they played in the Premier League a number of seasons. If you had been a football team, Sam, who would your game? Who
Celtic.
would you be?
Well, Celtic. I was Celtic supporter, man and boy. Protestant. It's nothing to do with Catholicism. My father was a Celtic supporter, and I guess that's who you follow, isn't it?
Well, he's a big Blades fan. I'm sure at some point over the next few months that US Open trophy will be paraded at Bramall Lane. Tidying up to do here, though. Nicely done. It's been an excellent 8 holes so far. 4 birdies, 4 pars.
Saw the beautiful third in here for Justin Thomas at 16. This for birdie to get back to +3. Good birdie. +3 at the moment. 95th. Top 65. Is it 65 cut, Richard? I think it is. Top 65 and ties.
Yeah, yeah. No, these guys don't have to worry about that. Although you never know. I mean, we've seen it before. I'm trying to think, who was the Australian once at the Open?
Led and then missed the cut.
Yeah. There's a quiz question.
I've done it. I did it in the Benson Hedges at York, leading it into the third round, the 2 cuts, and I missed the cut for the final round. 81 a shot playing with Bernard Gallagher.
Was Andy Schauffele looking for back-to-back-to-back wins, really? He won the Travers, then he won the JP McManus Pro-Am. Lurking now in the red figures.
Fitzpatrick at 18.
Yeah, they've moved the tee up 38 yards for this
Tee was picked up very quickly. He loves this one.
Looks like he's just picked up where he left off.
When they put the tee up like that, there's so much more room on the right. He just came through the rough there. You can get past the rough on the right-hand side, but when it's straight into the wind, the bunker's on the left. See what I mean about how much wider it is over the right-hand rough there? They can now reach that. So it'll be playing much easier than yesterday. It needed a bit of respite. Zalatoris was driver. Great driver of the ball. He's carried it comfortably.
It's just a different view from this new tee box. It's further forwards and also to the right of the championship tees. You can definitely take on those bunkers. It's not a problem whatsoever. It's only 230 yards to carry. Apparently they call it the principal's nose.
Really? They're somewhere else in the world as well, the principal's nose. I think it's at St Andrews, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah, a little bit of an easier task, this 18th. I mean, there were no birdies at all. No birdies at all on this 18th in the afternoon wave yesterday. Colin Morikawa safely down there, defending his Open title. Next week at St Andrews. The R&A have announced a 22% increase in the prize fund for the Open. That's just been released. $14 million prize fund. The winner will get $2.5 million. When Morikawa won last year, it was just over $2 million. So a significant increase, if there was any added incentive required.
That's just the bonus, isn't it? It's the icing on the cake, getting the check. I think the main thing is getting that wonderful claret jug. Be called Champion Golfer of the Year. Wow.
So back to 17, Justin Thomas. Not going to feed off the slope.
Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Go on. Start your engines. Nah. So no, it's not going to come that way.
He played in the Genesis Scottish Open last year as well. Justin Thomas. Open and closed with a 65 here, finished tied 8th, was 9th in 2019. Just straighting 6 at the last.
See that one.
And I want to thank Michael and Nick, who have thrown the name that just completely went out of my head. The Australian that led the Open and then missed the cut.
Bradley Hughes?
No, Rodney Pampling. Rod Pampling.
Rod Pampling.
Yeah, thank you, Nick and Michael. Got in touch with me on social media for that one.
Were Nick and Michael two Aussies, or did they not say that?
I don't think. Well, I don't know. I don't know. 3 in a row. Is it getting chillier in sea? Morikawa's got his woolly hat on now.
I mean, not massively. I'm still relatively warm. I guess we're all walking around. I think it's very similar to what it was like before, to be honest. It was 15 degrees when we started. If anything, it's probably 16, 17 degrees. It's similar sort of stuff. If anything, maybe just gustier.
It's a strange combination. Then he's put his woolly hat on, but he's still got a short sleeve shirt on.
Trendsetter.
Maybe his head's cold.
Do you think it's product placement?
Well, apparently if you keep your head warm, it keeps the rest of your body warm as well. So
Ears, since your ears are the ones to keep your ears warm.
Is that right? I'll take your word for it. And wrists as well, I heard.
Wrists? Oh, okay.
Yeah, wrists, head and ears now.
We're going to burst into a song of heads, shoulders, knees and toes in a moment.
Well, first things first, this is a long par 4 on the 18th, which is the players' ninth hole. We're only halfway through. 260 yards to go. It's pretty much straight into your face. It's strong, at least a 2-club wind. This is a long line for Morikawa. You cannot afford to miss this right. There's loads of room left. Looned.
Just having one of them today, Morikawa. Doesn't happen to him too often.
Even if it was a flat, calm day, it's a difficult shot and a hole to approach. Got 2 bunkers just lurking right at this green.
You heard Billy Foster saying front edge, a little bit of dust in Fitzpatrick's eyes there.
Where's that gone? Obviously straight in his eyes, couldn't see a thing, but he might even have known by the connection it was pretty good. And I love Billy's calls, front edge when the ball's not even halfway there.
If you can, Zalatoris, you can try and hold this against the wind. Any sort of right to left movement, this is going left. I guess if you're going to miss it, that's the side to miss it on.
Definitely likes this.
Well, he had a fabulous shot into 18 yesterday, one of the best, and I think that's going to be one of the best we see today. 5 groups have gone through here at 18. We've already had 5 bogeys, a double bogey, no pars, and that's by pushing the tee up 38 yards. Thank goodness they pushed it up.
Quite the demanding hole.
I mean, the clubhouse maybe gives it away, but you look around this golf course, you wouldn't know it had only been here since 2008.
It's beyond belief, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, it looks so embedded in.
It's almost for his birdie, isn't it?
Sorry, Richard. We saw his tee shot here, right behind the pin, back down the hill a wee bit, not quite down to the flat, but a good chance for birdie here for Thomas. Level par today. A couple of bogeys. 12 and 13, and then 2 birdies. But the last 2, this for 3 in a row. Chance. He's had a few like that today.
What a fabulous couple of shots Zalatoris has played into here. Absolutely top class. Front edge for the other 2.
This is a tricky shot. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being short. From chipping up to an elevated green pin on this angle at the back, you can't see anything beyond it. It looks like it just drops off from the face of this earth, so you really need to visualize your trajectory. I'd imagine trying to get this landing and releasing like a putt, drive it forwards a bit. Scale of 1 to 10, I'd say difficulty wise probably a 7.
You called that perfectly in seat. Definitely left it short. Really poor one. We're not getting the ball releasing on the chips.
I was going to say the woolly hat's not the magic hat.
No.
Par putt for Matsuyama. Okay. Yeah, it was a very shaky start first thing this morning from the Japanese. He's more than steadied things since, though.
Putting from the front portion of the green to this right pin, it's all uphill, should break off your right. Distance control so far has been spot on, and again.
Well, that's probably as good a 9 holes as you're going to see all day. One of the early starters. Conditions suggesting that things will not improve wind-wise. I don't think they're going to get too much more severe, but an excellent 31 shots to the turn for Matt Fitzpatrick, playing like a US Open champion.
Let's have another look at it. Wonderful speed control here. So how hard he hits it. It looks like it's racing past the hole there. It certainly didn't. Beautiful judgment.
Says he's spoken, trying to learn from someone like Danny Willett what it takes after a major. Now, come on. There was only 2 birdies at 18 yesterday. Is this number 1 today? Hit it. Go on. Oh, my.
They always hurt when you've got the perfect line. Just forgot to hit the damn thing.
I mean, he's played this hole so well. I mean, you take a 4 and run, but that so easily could have been a 3.
Whereas par Morikawa.
Yeah, remember 31 shots out for Fitzpatrick. If this doesn't go in, it'll be 39 out for Morikawa.
Possibly. Unusual. He didn't play great here last year. Went on and won the Open the following week. And defending next week.
Yeah, he made some changes to his equipment and adjusted his short irons after the experience he had around the Renaissance, but he did play all 4 rounds last year. Even if he did finish low down, he's going to do well to play all 4 rounds from where he is right now.
That's Rahm on the 18th. On the right hand side is the line you want, but not quite that far right. It's a very poor one. He's not hit that well at all. It's good distance back, and that'll be a really difficult second. Poor shot from the young Japanese star.
See, he's trying to work on that hip movement. Matsuyama.
Oh, missed it somehow. Missed it. Left.
Not the bunker, is it? No, he's worried about the rough.
I think that's the bunker.
Yeah. We've seen a few in there. You just have to come out sideways.
It's evil. Yeah, if you can get out. If it runs right in back to the left corner of that bunker, you're in deep trouble.
One right, one left. Tommy, you know where to go. Down the middle. And seeing as that's the club that sort of held him back a little bit the last couple of years, that's really encouraging to see. Excellent drive from Fleetwood. I love this, the area down there. It really is a good place to chill.
Surprised if they're all still there at the end of the day. I mean the chairs, not the spectators.
What a front nine. The back nine of the golf course from Matt Fitzpatrick. He's jumped into a share of 6th place. He was in a tie for 52nd place at the start of the day. Jordan Smith, if you've been watching Jordan Smith play the last few months, you'll see how well he is swinging the golf ball. He's just birdied 10 and 11. He's another one where I think it's I mean, it doesn't always come true, but it's a matter of time before he wins again.
Yeah, I agree. He's got a beautiful swing. I'm really surprised he hasn't won yet.
Yeah, he won when he came out. It's been a few years now. Player went from being number 1 on the PGA Euro Pro Tour to number 1 on the Challenge Tour to then winning on the DP World Tour, playing in majors. Patrick Catley there amongst the players out on the course at 1 under par. Just birdied the par 5 16th.
He had 3 bogeys in the first 4 as well, Jordan Smith.
Yeah, he's got it back to level par. His first hole, Sam.
Yeah, it's an excellent hole. Tough pin there today over on the left-hand side, 12 on. Very important to hit the fairway. Try and keep that tree on the right-hand side of your screen there with the wind. It looks like it's right to left, but I thought it would be more left to right. The right half of the fairway is the perfect spot. Great camera angle there, you can see.
That's another cracker. Because we saw yesterday, Sam, from Jordan Spieth, you know, he lit it up on that back 9 and then the handbrake came on. It'd be interesting to see if Fitzpatrick can keep this going.
Yeah, would they have 6 birdies in the first 8 holes?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Thomas.
Lindsay, great front 9 from Fitzpatrick. That must have been a joy to watch in person.
In tough conditions as well. It's been seriously impressive. Will Zalatoris, powerhouse. Just trying to thread one through. Wind's down off your right. You've got the bunk on the right too, but should get well past today. There's a new bunker on the right-hand side of the fairway, which is cleverly built. It's rebuilt, it's deeper as well. I mean, that's trouble if you end up there. With the wind off the right, naturally you want to start it on that line, but you need to miss it.
At the US Open, he was talking about hitting the draw, losing the fade. You can see a little bit of a baby fade back there from Morikawa. Wants to be hitting it both ways now, because it's the best in these kind of conditions. Hasn't worked for him today. Fleetwood's played some lovely golf, but not maybe got everything out of this round. I think that is going to be popular spot. We've seen a couple already coming up short of this green. A lot of runoff areas. We saw Justin Thomas find that bunker off the tee, so he knocked it out to here. From 173 yards, and another one over on that left side. I suppose where the flag is today, it's the side to miss. Well, there's no doubt who's been the star of the show in our feature groups, carrying the mantle of being the US Open champion. 71 yesterday from Matt Fitzpatrick. He birdied 10. Nice chip and putt from the left of the green, and then at 11 rolled that one in for birdie. 3 pars, back in the birdie mode with that one at 15. All similar length putts, aren't they? Four birdies, no drop shots from Matt Fitzpatrick. And I think it was right at the start of today, Sam, I said, how do you follow up, you know, the high of winning, becoming a major champion? A lot of players, they've achieved their goal, but he's talked about now matching Nick Fowler, getting 6.
I love what he said. He says, I'm better than what I've achieved so far, which is a very, very strong statement that more is coming.
Well, he's only 27, and the game has changed. There's no doubt about it. What he's been working on, picking up the swing speed, he's knocking it past Dustin Johnson at Brookline. You know, 2 or 3 years ago, you never believed that with him.
No, 2 or 3 years ago, you'd have thought that is what's holding him back from winning majors. Just that extra 30 yards he's got has changed everything.
Is he someone you know well? Have you spoken to Matt since he won?
No, I saw Billy. I've spoken to Billy. I know Matt a little bit, but not as well as I know Billy. I've known Billy most of his life.
Billy's been very much part of the Ryder Cups over the years as well.
Heavy. Yeah, great man, great caddy, lovely man, and excellent at his job.
How close to that tree is going to be Zalatoris? I think he might be all right. Anyway, Morikawa first to go here, isn't he?
And this has to be a low one, Richard. Tree bang on your line. Well, the leaves are anyway, and it's dense, so I don't see this going up and over the trees. Definitely need to keep this low. And thankfully, the contours of this undulating fairway should help him out. It does slope right to left.
Yeah, are you thinking like 17, like a 1-2 hop to the top?
Although it's 117 yards, that doesn't really matter. It really is a feel shot. The priority is to keep it low, visualize that landing shot and that trajectory, see it releasing.
I'm not exactly sure what shape you're hitting or whatever, how low you're hitting it, but it should bounce a little bit.
And to be honest, anything pin high right over the pin here is a great shot.
Yeah, second hop just short of the time, right?
Sam, are they just talking about the landing spot here then?
Yes. Land and release.
Just shy of the screen though, it is uphill, elevated green, so it needs a bit of forward momentum.
That's exactly what he wanted to do. Wonderful shot there from Morikawa. Beautifully judged, and there's links golf at its finest.
Imagination, and then the execution.
Can't believe it. Zalatoris just sandwiched between 2 divots. He's already been in one earlier today, 96 yards. Backstop to use. Looks like he didn't quite catch that one, but got away with it.
Oh. 359 yards off the tee for Matt Fitzpatrick, but he's given him a new nickname apparently. Bryson Fitzpatrick is apparently the new one.
Lovely strike, as you like it. Oh, a little unlucky. Well, it's still going. Keep going, ball. Excellent. Another great shot from Fitzpatrick.
Yeah. Birdie number 5 may be around the corner.
Tommy Fleetwood just missed it left at 18. Simple chip across the green, should be. That's very well judged. Just a little nudge forward here for Matsuyama. Carry up. A little shy.
Yeah, it's a nice flag today at 1, really, with that little backstop using the slope saw that was used by the 2 Americans. Fitzpatrick, probably the easier of the putts, would you say, coming up the slope?
Maybe. It's the reason I'm hesitating is the other boys have kind of seen it go past the hole, so they kind of know what's going to happen to it, whereas he hasn't reached the hole yet, so he's not certain of the contours down to it, but it's only 12 feet. And the way he's putting, he'll definitely be taking dead aim.
Yeah, no one out on the course is better than Fitzpatrick's 4 under today. So, have you managed to have a look at the lines here for these putts?
Yeah, I mean, more so for Colin Morikawa's, I'm actually finding it quite difficult to read. It's not obvious because it's quite straight and down to start off, but overall, if there's anything for Zalatoris, I'm seeing it moving off his left.
And see what are they waiting on?
Looks like the second tee they're looking at.
Yeah, sorry, just left of the first green is the second tee box, so there's a bit of a wait there.
Thanks, Cincy. Oh, another one missed for Thomas.
Zalatoris to go first. A little bit downhill to start off with, should move off his left. Sticking to his routine, tucking in that shirt on the left armpit to keep the connection. Morikawa will take a good look at this one, should help him out.
It was a little bit of a double break. You saw it breaking left and nearly came back at the end.
Nicely done from Fleetwood. The aberration at 16 apart, that was a very good 9 holes from Fleetwood. +2, I mean, I know 9 under's leading, Sam, but you can see 9 under winning this week.
Oh, comfortably. I can see 5, 6 under winning this week if the weather is going to be at this ilk. Maybe 8 for who knows, but I can certainly see it not getting more than 9.
Similar sort of stuff, but maybe just not as much break compared to Zalatoris from this angle for Morikawa. It's a phenomenal approach shot from where he was. This would be the cherry on top.
At last, yeah, 3 birdies in the first 7 holes yesterday. And that's his first birdie since.
There's a reverse psychology commentator's curse there. He's not made a birdie in 20 holes.
It's the +4, which could easily be good enough to...
Could make the cut, yes, for sure. I mean, +4 right now is lying 72nd. Oh, it's guaranteed to make it. It's lying 72nd now.
Well, this for Fitzpatrick to continue the charge. Yeah, 4 over at the moment. It is outside the top 100, but given the conditions today, you'd expect the numbers to go up.
You're right, it's 131st. The silly old Scotsman was looking at the wrong thing.
Oh, you can call yourself that, I wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, you can, don't worry. I couldn't argue with you.
And there's a couple of Yorkshiremen happy with their day's work so far, even with that miss from Fitzpatrick.
+3 is 91st.
Well, the Renaissance playing a little differently to how it has done the last few years. In 2019, the winning score was 22 under par. 2020, 11 under par. That's when Aaron Rice saw off Tommy Fleetwood, and it was 18 under par. It's been playoffs, actually, every edition at the Renaissance. Jordan Smith's fine start to the back nine gets him inside the top 20, and Patrick Catley making a nice move on day 2. Catley with back-to-back birdies at 16 and 17. Ricky Fowler now back to level par. Just dropped a shot at the second. The former champion Adrianas level par for the round. But when you consider he started with a 7 at the 10th, that's been a nice little fight back from the Spaniard. A winner at last on the DP World Tour this year. Drifting back towards the first tee.
Tommy Fleetwood. Nice, nailed that. It's just turning a fraction left. Doesn't want to kick left. You're behind that tree. No, it's stunning.
Yeah.
Perfect tee shot.
There's a confidence about the driver there from Fleetwood. Beautiful tee shot at 18 and at 1. Level par, back 9 for Matsuyama after that 6-6 beginning.
Not sure if that's in the bunker or not. 2 bunkers down the right. I think he could reach them though.
Justin Thomas to go last year, he made 6 in the end at 18. So he's all the way back at +5 now. Oh, it's another one down the left flank for Thomas Like at 18.
They were saying some of the boys that they may even aim down that left-hand side because the rough is very wispy and it's a good angle into the green. Very tight with the tree on the left half of the fairway. And imagine standing on a tee and aiming at the rough.
Back towards the clubhouse. Well, his expression said it all. And see, that wasn't Morikawa's finest moment.
You can just see the top of the ball, so it should be absolutely fine, but it's a long par 4 playing straight into the wind. Different hole, new tee box, move 51 yards further forwards, but don't let that fool you. The hole's still playing long. It's a challenging hole. Bunker on the left, just waiting for you.
Well, he's asked it to get lucky and get a good lie, but it doesn't look possible in that rough.
Yeah, it's a good point that Incy makes, though, that even though they pushed the tee up 50 yards, it hasn't made it easy. I mean, we've not had that many groups come through, but it's almost playing half a shot over its par, 4.4 in this second round. Just to remind you, the prize fund at the Open has gone up to $14 million, just been announced. Strongest field in DP World Tour history. Here's all 4 current major champions in the field.
PGA number 2. And it's a dream come true for magnificent Matthew. And the US Open title fits perfectly.
Yeah, wonderful field. 2 of those major champions playing together. Not much between them in terms of ball speed.
No, very similar. Except for Patrick. Fitzpatrick now hits it 30 yards further.
Yeah, it's quite complex to go into, but he's been working with Sasho McKenzie.
He was in the bunker, Matsuyama. I'm not sure he can. We'll want to get greedy here. Just get it out, take your punishment.
Just up with Fleetwood's ball now. What was that in there? Who's left? What they left?
That's that's come from underneath the bunker. The sand lies on top of that. It's obviously either blown away, been brushed away, and he's cut right through it with his sand wedge. They'll look at that. They'll have to go and repair that.
Yeah, thought someone had dropped their handkerchief in the bunker or something for a moment.
Well, it looks pretty thick in there, NC.
It is indeed. Not pretty stuff, and if anything, I reckon Morikawa's got away with it. Just on the right of his ball, it's even thicker stuff. When you have such a long iron in, it's tough, isn't it, to get it through the rough and try and get one down there. I'd imagine there's plenty of release in this ball.
While they wait for the green to clear.
Justin Thomas first to go. Oh, lovely. Oh, what a kick. Oh, that's down. Oh, well, no, well, he's got a It's recovered nicely.
It was good, it was bad, it was good, it was bad, it was good in the end.
It looked like it couldn't miss that bunker there. It's just been swallowed up and then out she popped. He had lovely rhythm on this, and I just love his swing. But watch how this can through the ball. Just beautiful. Didn't need to hit it any harder. And then that is gone in the bunker there. Oh no, there it is.
Third shot now for Hideki Matsuyama. That would have been some birdie.
That was magnificent. So Morikawa's looks like he's got a long iron at this in this thick rough. Oh, is that just turned straight left? Oh, he's got to jump that. That's done very well, actually.
This isn't too pretty for Matt Fitzpatrick. Ball sat down, fescue in front. Utter strength to get it through. Big arse though.
She did say ask, didn't she? Okay.
Quite unlucky for Zalatoris. I thought it was a pretty decent tee shot. It just bounced to the right and it's really sat down. It's obviously not a marking or anything, but it just looks abnormally sat down. But he hasn't asked for referees or anything, so just cracking on with things. Really trying to dig this one out, drive it through. Pure strength is required.
Yeah, that was a shame, wasn't it? I mean, it's almost a perfect drive. Just nudges right, and he's got no shot. Matt Fitzpatrick, 30 yards right in the thick stuff, knocks it into 20 feet. Who said it was fair?
That was a fabulous drive. Man, it's a super second as well from Fleetwood. Yeah, second hole's a bit of a beast as well. Fitzpatrick is leading the way from the afternoon morning wave of the field. All the others out later this afternoon. The leader, Cameron Tringali, mark it down, 2:15 local time. So another 3 hours plus before he heads out. There's Kurt Kitayama, who was the best score from yesterday afternoon, 66, couple over now for his round, made double bogey around the turn. Patrick Catley follows his birdies at 16 and 17 with a drop shot at 18. Well, 6 top 10s in majors, that seems impressive, doesn't it? But when you consider that he's only played in 9 majors,
yes,
becomes a little more impressive.
This
and
is very much more impressive.
And then when you consider he's had 2 runner-ups this year alone.
This year alone, and 6th in the other one.
Yeah, he was 2nd in the Masters as well last year.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot of him putting to tie Fitzpatrick. Only because Fitzpatrick's family were sitting right behind Zalatoris, and you could see their reaction, which was very sweet. When he's missed it, they know the son and brother have just won the US Open. And he came very close. Lovely man. Lovely man here, Zalatoris. Took it with immediate grace.
I mean, how good was the Walker Cup team that he was in? Had Scotty Scheffler and Colin Morikawa in it as well. Incy, is the lie as bad as it was for the second?
It's a tricky shot. I mean, it's not as bad as the second shot, but the stalks of the fescue, it's looking quite thick. You got the swell just short of the pin around there. I was going to say anything within 6 feet would have been a very good shot, and that's phenomenal.
Yeah, very nicely played from Zalatoris.
There we saw Justin Thomas go in and out the bunker. Well, it's a poor one, left it way short. It didn't actually go in and out the bunker, it just looked like it got in the bunker. I don't want to confuse you.
Well, if you're going to miss it, it's much better off missing it left. You've got plenty of green to work with. The only thing is, this chip shot is going to be downwind and onto an elevated green. I'd imagine this ball would release as soon as it lands, but thankfully it's relatively flat, not too many contours to contend with for a change.
About distance here for Morikawa. It's just not quite hit it hard enough. Poor one.
Bob's over the other side.
Tommy Fleetwood. He's got another. Well done, Tommy. Fitzpatrick. What a shot. What a shot. And what a day he's having. Perfect scorecard. 5 under for the day. Wow. What did you think of that, NC?
That wasn't a given, trust me, not even for a 2-putt. That's a phenomenal one. Take full advantage for sure. A little bit of work to do for Morikawa. Like I said, the pin here is in a relatively flat spot of the green. Shouldn't be too much movement, but needs to make this.
Well, it looks like it might be an early trip, the way things are going for Colin Morikawa to St Andrews.
Zalatoris, this is for his par. Shouldn't do much. So a very unlucky tee shot. About a good third shot to get it to here. Will it turn? It will, but it's not hit it.
Oh my God, these are so slow.
And we've seen that's been the thing. The putt at 18, right on the lip. Putt there, we saw it as well further back. The green speeds, not what they're used to on the PGA Tour.
No, not even close. Not even close. And these are almost as fast as you can have them on links golf because of the elements. Double bogey for Morikawa, 6 over. He's going to have to have a phenomenal finish from here to make it. It's very unlikely.
So the greens are slow then.
Well, a mixture there, wasn't it? Birdie from Fitzpatrick, double from Morikawa, bogey for Zalatoris. We go back to the tee at this treacherous second. Reminder, tee up 50 yards. Well, Justin Thomas happy enough with that one, but light Morikawa, +6. Well, one name has really emerged during round 2 of the Genesis Scottish Open, and it's Matt Fitzpatrick, golf's latest male major champion. After the joy at the Country Club at Brooklight, he's brought his A game in round 2 to the Renaissance Club on the east coast of Scotland. Fantastic stuff from Fitzpatrick, who's getting closer to the top of the leaderboard.
Well, have a look at this first. A shot out of the thickest of thick rough from the right of the last hole we played. Matt Fitzpatrick, horrid lie. Been lucky to make par. Oh, you hear the crowd straight away. That was magnificent shot to there. You'd think that was good.
Sam, if you gave him 100 balls, I don't think he could do this too many more times.
And there it goes. 5 under for the day.
Special things are happening, aren't they, to Matt Fitzpatrick at the moment?
Very early in Seve's career, he held a chip down Mahoi to beat Peter Thompson in the match, but it was impossible. Over a hill, no green, straight in the hole. The press was speaking to me and says, Seve, what a shot. It could take you 1,000,000 times to do that again. And he looked at him and says, yeah, but maybe only one. Just in reference to you.
Yes, no, perfect.
How many balls would it take to do that again?
And I reckon Seve maybe could probably do it a little less than 1,000,000. Off to the 600-yard par 5 third now for Fitzpatrick.
He doesn't like it. He's missed the fairway. Oh, straight in the bunker. Shame.
Yeah, because of the run he's on, you fancied him making further progress.
He gets the fairway there. Like, who would have foreseen this? 5 under par after 10, 11 holes.
There's a couple of players out on the course at 3 under par. Nick Taylor, the Canadian, and James Morrison, both 3 under par for the round. But Fitzpatrick 2 shots better. Crowds building all the time.
Go.
He actually hit that one so bad he wasn't sure it was going to reach the fairway, but it certainly has, and it's done as good as a good one. That's the other play to what Fitzpatrick did. Fitz tried to miss the bunker and get it down there into a short iron into the green par 5, but Zalatoris has put it well back.
Wind, and although it's reachable in 2, it's still going to be really challenging, which is why I think today, given these conditions, it's going to be my favourite hole to watch. Just need to watch out for that bunker in that left corner.
Well, that's just straight right. I don't think he can carry those trees. That's gonna. Oh, he's got through them. That's pretty thick right there.
Straight in front of this angle.
Yeah.
Just left of the pin, yeah.
Yeah.
The other two not making the putting surface with their second shots. Fleetwood again, and I keep stressing this because it has been a fairly problematic part of his game. Found the middle of the fairway here.
That's pretty good, maybe just a little long. Turned pro in 2010, 5 wins, 26 appearances in Scotland. A couple of Ryder Cups. 51 years of age, Tommy. Building a lovely career.
Last of those wins, though, Sam, was the Nedbank Challenge back in 2019. He'll be desperate to get. I mean, he did lose his full PGA Tour playing rights last season, but he has played in, I think, 16 events, something like that, on the FedEx Cup. So I mean, it's not like he's really had to alter his
schedule
his year that much.
Well, the wind's not abated at all today. Stayed up since crack of dawn this morning.
It's certainly not the kinder half of the draw. Not that the players yesterday morning had it easy, but it was pretty calm, particularly for the first 7-8 holes, and nothing like this.
No, nothing like this. This is what the afternoon players had to put up with yesterday.
Morikawa 5 over par now. Nakayama picks a shot back up, gets himself back to 3 under par with a birdie at 14 rather, the par 3.
Matsuyama's third shot at the second. Not in the thick stuff, so it should be relatively easy. Oh, it's a poor one, really poor one for him there. Shame.
Thinking about that tee shot at the third from Fitzpatrick. It was really travelling in. It might have got quite close to the face.
Yeah, maybe a yard deeper, but yes. Still thinking about playing.
Man, I don't know what it is. I just like the wind, and I don't have the same confidence.
Yeah, well, that's good. We're working for next week. And
to 5th in the world now. Justin Thomas. 13 other PGA Tour wins outside of his 2 major wins at the PGA. Putter in the end was the club decided.
They're so slow, these putts. They just haven't got a hold of it yet, the Americans. So hard to get it up to the hole. Almost impossible to hit it past your view. That's very difficult when your strokes used to much faster greens to add aggression to a putt.
Oh dear, 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 that's coming back at him.
Maybe to a worse spot. No, it stopped. Thank goodness. I thought that was going to come round and into the bunker. It looks very windy now again. It seems to be gusting.
We're back with the troubles for Matsuyama in a moment. Fitzpatrick, after finding the bunker, has just had to lay up.
Didn't get greedy with it either. Morikawa with 282 yards to go. It's par 5, second shot, straight downwind. Looking to land this in between all the bunkers. So it's a small target, but this should release with the long iron in hand.
We saw Fitzpatrick's ball there. It's a perfect layup. Short. Didn't get the strike. Lindsay, how bad is this lie?
It's not the lie, it's more the shot, especially with the thorn bush in between. Trust me, I wouldn't fancy this one. Some sort of sacrifice needs to be made.
Well, at least it came out of the very long grass there for Zalatoris. Putter this time.
Yes. We all learn eventually.
So it's going to be a double bogey at best for the Japanese. Had record numbers, ticket sales this week. But if you have got the chance to see what is a star-studded field, we've got the US Open champion in contention. There are still some tickets available on the gate online, so my advice would be come down to the Gulf Coast of Scotland and come and see these big names in action. It's a real treat. Especially there's no tickets available for next week at St Andrews for the Open.
No, that's fully taken.
I mean, look how many people are here already. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I say there are still some, not too many, but some available for the weekend. Well, Fitzpatrick paces that out. We're off to his fellow Englishman, who he said, Tommy Fleetwood, you know, Matt Fitzpatrick's win has been inspirational. A lovely try.
Kind of flatter, but it's just straight at it. There's no issue right. I mean, I know there's only 4 right, but yeah. 95. Yeah, correct.
More.
Yeah. Okay.
You're starting straight at it, go.
Just the flick for Fitzpatrick. Difficulty with any front pin downwind is that landing spot, and you've got bunker just short. Need plenty of spin here.
Struck it beautifully, didn't it? Shame, just spun away from the hole. A lovely strike, great distance control.
Wouldn't rule out another birdie though.
Oh no.
Thomas for par. Oh, and just like that, 4 shots going 3 holes. But double bogey, bogey, bogey around the turn. 7 over. Justin Thomas.
I wouldn't fancy this. For most of you watching from home, missing on the right hand side, bunker just short, front pin position downwind. It's a difficult shot to execute. Judging by the practice swings, I reckon it's a long, high shot. It's always a difficult one.
Couldn't get the spin, Vincy, could he?
It's just not a shot you can get fancy with. You don't want to play a too pretty shot. You almost need to take your medicine with what would be and should be a simple chip shot. I reckon anything within 8 feet here would be a success. Hard, bouncy, bare lie.
Well, I don't know what we're going to say about that one.
Well, you can't say anything too pleasant, really.
No, that was... He tried to be clever. He tried to get it just right, but... Such a high tower shot, to be honest.
Look at the crowds. 6, 7 deep around the third. Can he pump one down there? Try and get it as tight to those trees down the right as he can. Looks like he's done that.
Stay right. Stay right.
Ooh. It was a good hit, but he got a little bit of luck.
I think Morikawa was correct. It is an iron or a 3-wood off the tee. Take that bunker out of play because you can't really carry the trees on the right. So if you're going with the driver, the bunker is so much in play, and you're almost hitting it straight at it.
Xander Schauffele, by the way, has got to 3 under par for the day, 1 under overall. He's just birdied this hole. He's probably the most informed player the last couple of weeks. Xander. Well, we said that he'd birdied this hole. His 5 previous trips around the third, not this time. Sam, I reference you made your 700th appearance on the DP World Tour Scottish Open. You played in the very first one. I mean, you won so many times on the DP World Tour, but you didn't win this one. Was there extra pressure, did you feel?
100%. Yeah. I was a proud Scot. I'm a proud Scotsman, and I always wanted to win this, but I never even came close. I won the Scottish PGA Championship a few times, but that wasn't a tour event. No. Big disappointment not to win in the Scotland and the Tour. I was in the Dunhill Cup, but not the Scottish Open.
That was a good, firm, aggressive putt from Fitzpatrick, but it feels like a miss not to make birdie here, given the way he's been playing, isn't he?
I mean, for this exact reason, that's why I was really looking forward to this par 5. Although it's reachable in 2, it still has its challenges. Look at the right to left movement from Morikawa now.
Normally I feel like I'm fairly confident predicting where the cut mark will come. I know there's data stats that would point to what it is, but it's just difficult to know exactly what the wind is going to do as the day goes on. I mean, it appears, if the forecast is right, it's going to be pretty solid throughout, but it will gust a little more than it has been this morning. So if anything, it might be a little tougher. Zalatoris trying to come away with his 5. The cut mark at the moment is +1. I mean, 2 overs a cert, 3 overs a possibility. Even though at the moment you've got 102 players 3 over par and better.
Justin Thomas. Well, this is straight in the trees as well. Will it get through like Zalatoris? Yeah, got through, but it's not pretty in there.
Yeah, according to Data Golf, 3 over par is favourite for the cut. I say, even though there are 102 players 3 over par and better right now.
Matsuyama must hit fairway for it at +5. Means minimum 2 birdies, probably 3. Be here for the weekend. See, that's not sure if that's going to miss the traps. No, it's going to miss them left.
Sharp contrast when you consider all these 3 players started today on the same score at 1 over par.
Still on that gap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where's the wind here in C for them?
It's straight off your left here, Richard. It's basically the perfect crosswind, 9 o'clock. If anything, might help a touch, but take that out of play. I'd be aiming at that far left bunker, let the wind do the rest. Just trying to hug it down there.
Oh, come on, wind.
Well, it did come on. Fitz, well done. Lovely tee shot. He looks better. He looks much more composed and controlled. Not just saying that because he won the US Open, but he really, his demeanour has changed on the golf course.
From the tee box, it feels like a dogleg left to right. You've got a bunker position on the right, which the players are trying to carry, and then a bunker on the left, which is in the perfect position, just waiting for the player's ball.
Well, he's questioning whether that went in the bunker or not. There's the bunker. There's one down the right and one down the left. The one down the left apparently is called Kelly's bunker, because one of the starters here, Steve Kelly, whenever he played this hole, kept on knocking it down the left-hand side. They thought, well, you kept getting away with it. We thought we'd put a bunker in there.
I'd imagine at this rate it's got plenty of names then.
He's watching it. Down the right, is it? Oh no, it's just magnificent. That's a country mile down there.
Other two have already played their seconds here.
I was wondering where that ball was going to stop.
I know. I was thinking it was on the green, it's going to be a long putt, and then suddenly it just kept going. Fleetwood's played nicely, but no one has played better today than Matt Fitzpatrick. It's been a joy to watch. He's been in complete control. I mean, the standout birdie was that one at the second, had no right to make it. But it's been that kind of day, and he's moved himself into a share of 4th place. You won't see too many players on the first couple of pages of that leaderboard who have been from this side of the draw. Jordan Smith, despite a bogey start, level par for the round, inside the top 20. 2 under par could be in the top 10 at the end of the day. A few Scots up there. Russell Knox, Connor Syme putting together a nice round. Xander Schauffele back to 3 under par for his round with a birdie at that par 5 third. Ricky Fowler just gave one back at 5, the short par 4. But anything under par going into the weekend, you're going to be in with the shout. Now, as I say, the cut mark, favourites 3 over par, 2 over should be certain. Thomas Dietrich, who lost in the playoff here last year with Matt Fitzpatrick. Min Woo Lee, the champion, also out this morning, but really struggling. But Dietrich a couple under for his day. Had an eagle at the 10th. James Morrison having one of the best rounds of the day. He's moving himself after a 75 yesterday to probably make the cut the way he's going. Still a bit of work to do. Colin Morikawa's did find the bunker off the tee, as he suspected, and has had to chip out. So he's played 2 already at the 4th. Drop shot here from the Open champion, and well, he's going to need a sparkling finish. Two very nice tee shots from Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris.
Yeah, sorry, 132, yeah. Just 24. Like 20.
25, I got straight across it.
goes on the wind and going there, isn't it?
Yeah. It's on the TV.
I just like it because it's finishing where?
Well, you want to start on the TV tail, don't you?
Yeah, finishing on it there.
Absolutely.
You know, normally you'd see 130 yards into the hole. It's just a a standard shot, but look how long they took to work this out.
Yeah, it's because of the crosswind. It's just straight off your left, eyeing up just left of the flag here. Let the wind do the rest. Sounds like they're trying to finish it left. Why not try and hold it?
Yeah.
Well, they had a look. Another fabulous Fitzpatrick effort. Defying the conditions this morning.
Just the pitch shot for Morikawa after he splashed out the bunker. I think Kelly bunker you called it, Richard. Just need to be watchful of not going long. It does slope away from you beyond this pin. Two pretty good pitch shots so far. Zalatoris' turn now, just 105 yards. Still enough yardage for the wind to affect it. Pitching up to slightly elevated green 2. A couple yards left of the pin. When you should do the rest, give yourself a chance of birdie.
I'm a hoarder, that's why.
Got it surrounded there. How do you play this one then, Sam?
Well, he's got plenty of green. I think there's a touch of hurt with the wind as well, so he should be fine. Just over the bunker with a bit of check. Oh, it's skidded away right. We got that totally wrong. You could have thrown that a lot further up the green.
Oh, great feature group to bring you this one. I'm sure you agreed. And it's been great to see the struggles, the gutsiness of some, and the brilliance of course, Matt Fitzpatrick. You look at his Open record, and it's really quite poor. He'll be aware of that, but it's another step in the right direction.
Huge eagle putt for Justin Thomas. Looks like a good pace, and it's got a stone dead, so it should have tap in birdie. You could do with a couple. +3 today, +6 overall. Missed the cut by, well, this is to get to back to +5, so you're going to need at least 2 more, you would think.
Yeah, 3 over definitely have a chance. And it's to +6 now.
Needs something to drop. Just seeing a little bit of right to left movement from Morikawa. I think maybe just the right edge should do.
The defending Open champion's not having a great week this week. He'll be probably down to St Andrews a few days early.
When he turns up, he's got to hand back the claret jug.
Oh dear, dear, dear. Can't imagine he's got a room booked before Sunday, which could be a little awkward for the Open champion.
It's pretty busy, but it might be all right this weekend. Mr. Morikawa, we weren't expecting you just yet.
Take that off your hands and we'll find your room.
It's my deposit, yeah.
I'll wait.
Just one birdie so far today from Zalatoris. It came at his opening hole. At least he wasn't short with that one.
It was actually a good putt there. It's Matsuyama on the third, this for par. Very much an up and down day. 3 over after 2. Oh dear, take your time.
Well, he started 6-6, Sam. He's just gone 6-6 the last 2 holes as well. Is it sayonara in Japan for goodbye? I think so.
It's not looking great.
Yeah, Matt Fitzpatrick, best Open was at Portrush, tied 20th in 2019.
You would have thought with his low ball flight when the last 5-6 years, that would have been the Open Championship would have suited him. But well done, Fitz. Another birdie. What a round of golf he's showing us. 6 under today.
You wouldn't know it looking at him, but he must be beaming inside with how he's playing today. Had a few struggles on this front 9 yesterday. He had his ball plug in the bunker at 6, made bogey there, double bogey at the 8th. I think he's come to say hello to us, Sam, right over there.
Okay.
Never gonna hold.
Well, Fitz all fired up again. There's his name. Look at that now into a share of third. 52nd in a tie for at the start of the day. That's what a round of 6 under will do for you. 5 holes still to play.
On the right somewhere. They've seen it, the Marshals seen it, we haven't. It's not good if it's in there. No, Matsuyama. Plus 6 overall now, so like this one either. No, that's okay. That's got the fairway. That's perfect.
Just over 300 yards, 5th hole. Said he had a. You heard that little rattling in his pocket there. He said he's got a load of Rolex tees in there. So. It's the 3rd of 5 Rolex Series events of the season on the DP World Tour. Fitzpatrick continues the charge, Incy.
Short par 4, but don't let that fool you. Tricky pin position today. here. 6 would be a crosswind, 7 downhill, downwind. But first things first, this 5th is straight into your face, difficult pin position. Not hitting driver because it's that awkward section of the fairway where the balls can come into play. So just laying up behind it.
Well, it's not just Matt Fitzpatrick who's picked up a couple of shots recently. 2 birdies in 3 holes for Kurt Kitayama, following up that 66, which was the best of the afternoon yesterday. Back to level par for his round now. Fitzpatrick still 4 behind Cameron Tringali, who is still an hour and a half from, or 2.5 hours from heading out. Tringali, 2:15, 9 under par after those 9 birdies, 9 pars yesterday, just the 22 putts. Remember, there's 3 spots at the Open up for grabs for players not yet qualified. Ricky Fowler's amongst those, so how he'd love to tee it up at St Andrews next week. It's a tough old day in North Berwick. Some flourishing, like Fitzpatrick. Schauffele continues to go along nicely. Well, this is the 4th, and actually we look out of our commentary box window, Sam, we have actually got a great view of this.
Look at prime spot here.
But I think Incy
is a much better spot.
Well, she's at 5, so she probably can see a little bit better from there than we can, but yeah. I'm looking at it at 2 different angles now. This is interesting.
I'll tell you what's happening on the telly. So Matsuyama, 127 yards. He really needs to start birdieing. No, he hates it. He hates it. No, it was a poor one. Got it fat, the sharp somewhere. Fleetwood's just getting into the second cut here. It'll make it a little bit tricky. A couple under today is a great score. 3 over yesterday, so in good shape. Just wants to stay, get here for the weekend, give himself a chance.
You really think it's found that woman sitting down there?
Yeah.
Or just inside there?
Yeah.
Could go fucking sideways. That's more into the wind, isn't it? You can see shoulders as well if he's hitting, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like hitting that.
Yeah. It's going to release on the green. No, if you want to hit it, hit it at that tree.
Very thick line. Let's see how it came out. Oh, just flying. Ooh, don't know. Stopped very quickly, that ball.
Yeah.
Run into a big lie. Shame.
Well, here we go again.
I said it earlier, difficult pin position to get at, because anything short, there's a false front. Anything beyond this, it runs away from you as well. Does sand taste like that?
Yeah, just pulled it. Poor one from Fitz. More sand in his eye.
Yeah, looking left edge of the 4 windows. Love it.
Lindsay, just on conditions, it was tough from the word go. Any signs of it getting worse at all, or is it still pretty consistent?
I reckon about 3 holes onwards, it's pretty much similar sort of conditions, blustering around kind of 15 miles an hour. Definitely a challenge today though, at least a 2-club wind out here.
Delightfully done.
Yards to go for Justin Thomas. Yeah, it's a poor one.
Just for 74 yards to go, requires the perfect shot to get this close. Spun up the hill.
Getting very busy now. Lots of fans here. A reminder that there are tickets available for the weekend online. You can come to the gate, just turn up on the date. Record sales here. Bass Rock in the background. A little bit of sunshine on there now. A few more blue skies around. There is a chance there could be a shower or two later.
A few more blue skies. Is there a few skies up there?
It's a fair point, Sam. Even the short par fours like this fifth have caused some issues this week. And Fitzpatrick eyeing up another birdie chance. Remember, it's an event co-sanctioned between the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour, so it counts towards the DP World Tour rankings and the FedEx Cup standings. No surprise to see the top two, 7 wins between them, Scotty Scheffler and Sam Burns. Canadian Open champion Rory McIlroy at 3, Justin Thomas after that win at Southern Hills at 4. Will Zalatoris, the only player inside the top 10 yet to win. But worth noting that Matt Fitzpatrick is at number 11. So he could be jumping inside that top 10 the way he's going this week.
And here he is. Just to get 7 under for the day into second place in the Scottish Open. Not quite. Great effort, lovely speed, just drifted right at the end. Maybe a little bit disappointed there with the prime spot off his tee shot, just a 70-80 yard wide shot, but not to be.
Back to the full third shot now for the struggling Matsuyama. I like that though. I like that a lot.
Morikawa. Now he starts falling putts. It's typical, isn't it? Been trying for a day and a half.
Yeah, it takes him
nothing happens now.
Back to +6. Colourful scorecard. All the colours he wants.
How are we doing on 3T? 3T.
Into a lovely putt from Morikawa. Zalatoris is due one there, isn't he?
He is. For Morikawa, it's an awkward one on the spine, double breaker. Zalatoris just waiting for the players on the third tee. It's a subtle one. I mean, a yard more with his approach shot would have caught the slope and, I don't know, finished 30 feet away or so. Very little break in this one for Zalatoris.
I mean, how is that dead straight?
I mean, I can understand the frustration. He's playing beautifully. He just can't make a birdie.
Tricky one for Fleetwood here at the 4. Just played it very well.
And then he made 4 bogeys here last year, Matt Fitzpatrick, not drop shots today.
Have you noticed anything different about Fitzpatrick? Not seen him putt once with the pin in. Of course, the pins in Seaside golf are much bigger and thicker. Probably the reason he's not using the pin.
That's a really good point, Sam, yeah.
Not too bad from Thomas, got it up there, 3 feet. But he's struggling, +7.
And also, going back to your point about the flags, is when it's this windy as well and the flags flapping around and even the pin shaking a little bit, it's got to distract you a little bit.
Well, and it's so high, the flag, the caddy can't get a hold of it to stop it flapping. the pins are so long.
Four holes to complete a fabulous day for Fitzpatrick. Justin Thomas. Hey. 7 over.
Three bogeys and a double bogey his last 6 holes.
There we go, Sam.
He's my wee cracker.
Grandstands are filling.
I love this wee hole. Pinted hay, 5 on in the centre. It's just going to be sitting there looking at you. Great, as you say, Richard, great crowds around the green, grandstands filling up.
Very different hole today.
Yes, this is probably the easiest pin, but you really do only have about 10 yards here of green to hit here. There's, I wouldn't say more than 5 yards left of the pin or right of the pin.
We was playing 139 yards yesterday. It's only 114 yards today from the tee.
That's the severity of the pin, that why they put it up a little bit for where it is. I mean, if you actually hit a good shot here, you could get the car. But not, there's no car here. There's no double car either. There's only 17, isn't it?
The greens in regulation, 12 out of 14. When he won
Last
the US
week
Open,
was extraordinary,
it was
wasn't
17 out of 18. So for something similar here. Lost in that playoff with Thomas Dietrich to Minwoo Lee even in 2021. Unfortunately, the defending champion is one of those who's going to miss the cut here this week. Only 10 over par, Minwoo.
The shoulder full is like a 130.
What do you think, Incy?
I think it's tough. It's a short par 3, Sam. 114 yards, pin right at the front. I mean, you've got no room for error. Short, left, right, you're in trouble.
He's got the A game. Another one. Hole high for Fitzpatrick.
That was utter class from Fitzpatrick. So difficult to leave it pin high because half a yard further left of Matt Fitzpatrick, that could have rolled into the bunker. Morikawa just trying to hold one off, control the ball flight. You really have no miss, no bailout, and professional golfers, they don't like that.
This is delicious. This is right on it, Incy. Even that is teetering on the edge.
So Sam, we've got one left, one right. Do you reckon this is going straight in the middle?
One straight in the middle, that would be perfect.
.114 yards, like I said, went straight into your face. It's all about controlling that spin. You've got to be accurate here. Reminds me of the stamp hole.
Yeah, postage stamp. And that one in the bunker.
Well, these were the trajectories of the three different tee shots. Fitzpatrick in green to the left. Zalatoris coming up shy. Driver from Fleetwood.
Tommy Fleetwood, the drivable fifth, although it's straight into the wind today, so just try and get his... No, he hates it. Straight right. May have got away with that, may not reach the thick stuff. Great swing there from Matsuyama. That's where they want to hit it to.
Sam, is it just about, if you're Justin Thomas, Matsuyama, Morikawa, cut mark doesn't look likely to be in your favour, is it about just trying to find something before next week now?
That's a tricky one. You're probably not going to find it out here.
No.
No.
I mean, Zalatoris.
Here we go. This is the severity of this hole. At least he's in the bunker now. It's not difficult. But when you miss the bunker, he's not taking much time.
I said he was getting understandably frustrated after all the chances he'd given himself, and now this happens.
It'll be a good three, though.
As you said, Incy, 114 yards, but treacherous.
I mean, Zalatoris definitely would have preferred to be in the bunker with the first shot. It was either going to go short or long. There was, I mean, nothing's impossible, but it would have been very difficult to keep that shot on the green.
The red dots there, the birdies that have come. 8 so far today.
And the black ones doubles, or just bogeys?
Just bogeys. There's been a few more than 4 here.
birdie here would feel like you've gained a shot against the field because it's so easy for this hole to go so wrong. Fitzpatrick for birdie. Little movement, not much though.
So close. So close now. So 3 tough holes to finish, 7, 8, and 9. Virtually the hardest on the course yesterday, so look for a good finish. 7's a par 5, turned into a par 4.
Just a hint of left to right movement from Morikawa. Give yourself a putt for birdie on this hole, you're doing well. Just take advantage.
Well done, boys.
Nice one, yeah?
Yeah.
Now Fleetwood trying to draw it in. It's hung out there. This is not good. Might plug in the bunker and it puts in the bank. If it's in the trap, it's fine. It's not that difficult. But if it misses the bunker, that's when it becomes extremely difficult.
So come on, Sam. Hole-in-one prizes. What's your story?
I was playing Ron and Rafferty in the Hennessy Cognac Cup, which was a match anyway, and there was a car for a hole-in-one, and he was on the tee. It says on it, and he said to me, "Do you want to share the hole-in-one prize?" There's a car between us. This match, we were playing each other, match playing, and I said, "No, thank you." He's over the ball, and as a Ron, sorry, Rory, back off, walk away. I'm really, really sorry. I will split. I promise you. It's fine. She gets in, they hold it. Hole-in-one.
So how do you split a car?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't get very much. I think I got the back wheel. Yeah, the value, I got half the value.
Sure.
It wasn't a lot. I think I won in Nigeria the hole-in-one, and I got, I'm not sure if it was Naira was the money. That might have been Zambia. Anyway, I got about 500 quid for a hole-in-one, and a very, very bad hangover in Nigeria.
Great, well, that's a great call for you with
With Rafferty, yeah.
So this seventh, it's by the way, if you I take it most professionals, former pros have had hole-in-ones. You've had hole-in-one in Sid?
Oh, let's not go there, Richard. No, I haven't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Honestly, I wasn't teasing.
I wish. In my dreams, plenty of times.
Neither did Sevi, and she said, "Don't feel bad."
Just rub it in, why don't we?
A good swing there from Morikawa.
Yeah, it seems on the card a beast of a hole in C, but it you know, with the wind, maybe not quite so.
It's straight downwind. I mean, I do think it's gone up a notch now, maybe kind of lingering just shy of 20 miles an hour. It's strong out here. I mean, there's a bunker in the middle of the fairway, 302 yards. It's not in play at all. Especially for Fitz. He's a ripper now.
We just saw you on the screen, and so you know you're right in the top of a hill there. It's filtered down into the rough. Stay there. Yeah, we don't know.
To be honest, that's quite a good spot for Matt Fitzpatrick. If you can favour a side, you want to favour the right half. You've got a bunker just lurking on the left, also ready to catch players out. Surely this is going a mile.
I think he's going to have a really big week next week, Zalatoris.
Well, how do you react to being a major champion? Well, since the word go in this second round, it's been a very positive experience for Matt Fitzpatrick. Little chip and a putt, birdie at his opening hole, the par 5 10th, then off to 11, and away we go.
It just got better and better.
71 from him yesterday, so gets him under par for the tournament. Off to 15.
No mistake, straight in. 30 at 16.
And all these length putts, Sam, are very similar.
Yes. All holeable and all hold.
But the best birdie of this round was here.
This one. What a second shot to get it on the green. Never mind. Crowd are going daft there behind it. Isn't how good it was. It's still a long putt, difficult putt.
Off this drive, you said, Matt, 4, take it. He'd have run, wouldn't he?
And very quickly. I think even before he hit that putt, he'd have taken 4. Straight in.
That'd be one of those days. That'd be one of those months. He added another one as well at 4. which means he's 6 under for the round. 5 under, 4 behind Cameron Tringali, and it's the old okey dokey for Matsuyama.
But this is where you can end up at that par 3. So he's filtered right round the back. And that's just about all you can do. And where's Fleetwood? Is he?
He might have sand on his ball now.
They can sort it all. He has to get the lie that he had before that shot was played, so they can rake the bunker and sort it all out.
Well, Jordan Smith, at the start of the day, 3 bogeys first 4 holes. You think, oh, it's going to be one of those days. It's been Sunday.
And they've got a lovely drive home between the pair of them. I'll follow you. No, I'll follow you.
Well, especially petrol's that expensive right now. Just plug it in and off you go.
This is off the other side. Do you remember a skit with Marty Feldman? Did you ever see that? When he went across the green, across the green, across the green. It was one of the funniest things I ever saw.
Marty Feldman's hysterical, yeah.
And it could happen here with this pin.
Well, he's played in a couple of Ryder Cups. He's finished in the top 5 of the rankings on the DP World Tour the last 3 seasons. It's nailed on. He's going to do it again. In the chase to be the #1 player in Europe.
A third shot from Matsuyama. Will that stop? Yes, that's fine.
So he's played 3. Zalatoris found the bunker.
You got to take your medicine here, don't you? Just splash it out, put it back into plate, try and make you up and down that way.
I'll finish it up, go.
Thank you.
Not happy.
No, you know,
He's
the
had
score.
to part with a lot today, hasn't
The
he,
score
Richard?
at the end of the day is going. Oh, hold on, I'll come back to the moment because, as you say, Fleetwood. Don't. Okay. Whew. Yeah, you look at Fleetwood and you look at Zalatoris, and their scores not quite reflecting how well they're playing.
I mean, to take on this flag, you want to be coming in from the right-hand side, which Fitzpatrick is. Just 149 yards. Means a little bit cross off your left, but also predominantly down. Got the world to the right of this flag.
Stop.
He knew. He knew. That's in good shape, but it is there for 3 at this now par 4. That's why the yardage is 70, not 71 like it was last year.
Matsuyama for bogey. 2 to go out the bunker, so he'll drop another one, unfortunately, go to +6.
Well, he's been on a little bit of a run, hasn't he, Morikawa? Incy, has he found a divot off the tee here?
He has indeed. It's not ideal. It's sandier than Zalatoris' earlier on 15.
31. Got 50 in my hand. Yeah, love it. I feel it. Yeah, it's a little out of the left. Okay.
In Morikawa's favour though, it's a full swing. Able to get a bit steeper, trap the ball.
Oh my God.
And everyone got out of the way. This would be a good 4 in the end, if he could pop this in.
Well done, Tommy, who really didn't want to make bogey there. He's having a reasonably good day. He's just 1 under for the day now.
At the moment, 2 over par, so just outside the cut mark, but it won't be. .71 from Kurt Kitayama. Good follow up to the 66 yesterday. Did bogey the last, but that 18th is playing really tough. Xander Schauffele has picked up another birdie. It's come at 7 this hole, so he's up to 2 under par now. He's 4 under for the round, second best score out there after Fitzpatrick. .68 from Max Kiefer. Not a drop shot on the car from the German. And the best score in so far today is a 67 from Thomas Dietrich, who was tied second with Fitzpatrick last year. So Morikawa should be first to play here, I'm assuming. You can see that ball just kept running and running.
Somehow missed everyone, apparently. Had 2 people in their seats looking very comfortable. They've had to move out of the way. Downhill slope, chipping back into the wind.
Well, the birdie run is going to finish at 7, hopefully with a par for Morikawa. Fitzpatrick's got putter in hand here, isn't he?
And I'm surprised to see it, Richard. Really would have thought a wedge was the correct shot. It's going to jump up quite a lot in that first maybe 3 feet or so. Looking at the lie, I thought, oh, Fitzy's got a chance of chipping this in, but yeah, I'm surprised to see the putter. I guess he did just win the US Open.
I bet Billy's hungry, never got his ice cream.
Up the hill, bit of right to left movement for Zalatoris. It's a tough ask, isn't it?
He has not enjoyed his time on these greens today. I mean, that is born of frustration, that putt, because he's left a few short and he's just raced that one through. Still your turn. Well, he's had 28 putts already in this round, Zalatoris, so here comes putt 29. And we'll see number 30. And suddenly, just like that, he's struggling to maybe make the cut at 4 over. Bogey, double bogey. It's a huge blow. The other two not done for their pars yet. Well, blemish free so far today. It's for it to remain away. This to remain within 4 of the leader, Cameron Tringali, still an hour and a half away from going out. No problem at all, as if you doubted it. Still a couple of tough holes to come. 8's a beast, 9 tricky par 3. Nice up and down from the 2 that went long. Still with an outside chance of making the weekend. 69 from Jordan Smith, around to remember with that hole-in-one at 17, which brings a big smile to his and his caddy's face. Fitzpatrick now 2 holes from home at this Genesis Scottish Open. Xander Schauffele started the day with an eagle. Nice round from him and Ricky Fowler.
Justin Thomas right where so Will Zalatoris a few minutes ago. Back into play. Obviously nothing else you can do. You really have to concentrate on these shots because you just don't want to do something daft and not get it out. But he's done well.
You know, Sam, I've heard talk about, fear what the players could do to the old course next week. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, flat cam, it'll be, the scoring will be extremely low. Seaside golf, when it's fast running, greens are holding, no wind.
But if it's like this,
But it's not, is it, St Andrews? There's no real rough at St Andrews. You can get round St Andrews comfortably with no wind. But as soon as you just get that little bit of breeze, it just makes it another planet, same as this great golf course here.
We shall see. That'll be this time next week.
How many par fours do you think there are that DeChambeau can drive?
There's a few, isn't there?
There must be 7.
But he's not been playing
No.
that well lately.
No. Just 3 wood for Morikawa, 8. It's a positional shot. Tough hole, this, quite a narrow fairway. They're saying good shot. That was Billy Foster saying that. It kicked left up the hill, which it just shouldn't have done.
Morikawa would have expected that ball to bounce back into the fairway. Fitzy, with that power driver, definitely got to favour the left-hand side. Got 3 bunkers just waiting for you on the right-hand corner. Par 4-8, it's playing long today. Tough par 4.
Another beauty from Fitzpatrick. So in control of his game.
Zalatoris has been carrying Fitzpatrick's shot so far. Imagine this is pitching on it. So just favouring the left-hand side, the slope does kick it back to the right, but you just need to be careful of those bunkers. The tees have been moved forwards by 34 yards. It's still playing long though.
Still the hardest on the course. Like this has gone right. There's bunkers and everything there. Oh. Well, that's okay. He looked a bit disgruntled there.
Well, I think that's because of the previous hole. Eyeing it up and down, Fleetwood. Just same as Fitzpatrick. Well, this is event 23 of the DP World Tour season. This is how the rankings look just over halfway through the schedule. We've been mentioning Will Zalatoris hasn't won this season, but it hasn't stopped him getting to number 1. Rory McIlroy, 7 years since he ended the season as European number 1, but he's right there. Matt Fitzpatrick, we've seen him in action today, mate. A chance for him to get to those top of those rankings this week. Informed Brian Fox, Abu Dhabi HSBC champion winner Thomas Pieters rounds off the top 5.
That's Justin Thomas in the bunker left, come out to here. Seven, so he's not going to make the weekend.
Well, one of the things Matt Fitzpatrick said he'd do is he would tap in to other players, their experience of what happens after they win. And I don't know what they're talking about here to Colin Morikawa, but he knows what it takes to win and then go on and get another major.
Oh, do you think he's looking for investments? Where did you put it? Where did you put it?
Yeah, could be.
No, it's a good point, you know. It's like becoming a dad. He's never done it before. There's lots to learn. He's got such a wonderful, calm demeanour, Fitzpatrick. I think he'll be absolutely fine going forward. Second. Perfect tee shot.
Three in good shape at 8. I think plenty in the field would take those. You can see even in good shape, lots of bogeys around. Not a single birdie on this 8th.
Awkward stance for Morikawa here. Very, very unlucky with his tee shot. He needs to finish 3-2, basically, I think, to have a good chance of getting to the weekend. Well, it's a tough par 4 and a really tough par 3. This is a bit tricky too. It kind of finishing a clumpy lie. Difficult to get the distance. Well, he's done pretty well.
I was thinking 15. 9 short of the hole.
How has that stayed out?
It's been a bit of a wait here on the 8th. 181 yards to go for Morikawa. Downhill slope. Bit of a flyer light. It's going to deal off the club a bit. I'd imagine it'll encourage a much flatter flight, but you're playing up into an elevated green. Just trying to land this short. Chase it up there. Plenty room just left of this flag. Can't go at it at this angle. Not with that bunker short.
Thomas. This would be the final nail, wouldn't it? Yeah, another bogey. 5 over today, 8 over overall.
Look back down the 8th there. 25
another divot,
feet
Sam.
Left there. He's in another divot.
It's even sandier.
Very unlucky. Is that 3 he's been in today?
Yeah. Tommy Fleetwood. To stay at 2 over. Yeah, that was a really nice up and down.
Yeah, it was the same. Yeah, same yesterday. Same. 3 holes.
On the US Amateur as well, that for a climb. I'm sure you know all about that.
And his brother on the back. It was beautiful to watch. The wee skinny legs, the pair of them had the shorts on. I mean, he'll look young when he's 50, Fitzpatrick, but when he was winning the US Amateur, he looked so young.
Still only 27. But she is potentially ahead of him. Admits himself he's one of the hardest working players in golf. His coach Mike Walker says he struggles to take 2 days off. But he says his mum and dad give him that work ethic. You didn't see the second shot of Matt Fitzpatrick. It's one of the first mistakes he's made.
Do you know anything about the 4 different coloured spots on his ball?
No.
No. It's not Sheffield's colours.
No, they're red and white, aren't they? Don't know. Maybe they're away kit, yeah.
Difficult to put a white spot on the ball.
Yeah.
Not too difficult here for Fitz. He's got a great lie, slight upslope, so he can get it, the ball almost floating softly. He hates it. Hated it. It's not that bad though.
Yeah, I think he's saying there wasn't enough sand there.
As well. Of course.
It's funny when they complain about bunkers. I mean, they are hazards. It's not meant to be perfect.
True.
But you would expect sand in it.
Putting from the front portion of the green up the tier. It's going to be slow, putting back into the wind as well. Just needs a strong finish, and it's a tough finish as well. 8 and 9. I think if I've got this right, the afternoon players yesterday didn't break par on the front 9.
No, I think this golf course is getting the better of him, especially these greens.
It's actually getting to him as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's more pertinent. That's more to the point.
It does test you, links golf. Tests every aspect of your game, and especially the 6 inches between your ears.
Especially the design of this golf course too. It really feels like it punishes bad shots whilst rewarding the good ones. That's why it's such a brilliant design.
Well said, Nancy.
Morikawa putting back up the tip.
It's a must make. I think 3 is going to be. Oh, it was so close. Can't see it going to 4 over par. He's at 5 now, so hole in one required at the 9th, his last hole.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he takes out of these couple of days, Colin Morikawa. And he just made the cut last year. There's still a inkling of a chance. First drop shot of the day for Matt Fitzpatrick. Pity. But the 8th is playing one of the toughest on the golf course. 3 bogeys now and a double this week, and it was this 8th hole that caused that double bogey yesterday. So 3 shots gone at the 8th this week for the Englishman.
See the caption +4 is line 98th. No, it's probably never going to get to 4. Well done, Will.
Yeah, 3 over par is the favourite for the cut mark. A bit of a gust, forcing Morikawa to step back. It's been a beautiful beast at times, the Renaissance. That drop shot from Morikawa takes him back to 4 under par. Alex Smalley has opened up with a birdie, joins Fitzpatrick on that mark. Memorable 69 from Jordan Smith. Ricky Fowler, same score twice in a row. Here's a look at the 9th. Final hole, Sam, for them is a par 3.
Yeah, and what a cracker it is. Tough pin today, just up front left, 6 on, 5 from the left. Quite a long putt, it's only 175, but maybe the tee's up today. Yeah, tee's 30 yards up, almost 29 yards, 30. Normally would be.
Well, it's 45 yards shorter than this hole was yesterday. It's playing 175 yards as opposed to the 220 we had in the opening round. Still playing over its par, mind you. Group ahead still on the green. Might be a bit of a wait over on the 9th tee.
You can hit that as well.
Yeah, I don't mind that, yeah. Yeah.
30, 68.
I think it's alright.
Yeah?
It's going to be lower than it.
As long as it's low, then it's perfect. Slow choice.
Fly it and run a long way. No, that's a gorgeous shot. Didn't run enough.
Similar equation for Justin Thomas. So if you're Justin Thomas, Matsuyama, maybe Zalatoris, guys that are going to be amongst the favourites for the Open, and you miss the cut here, do you go off to some other courses in the area, try and play some of the other links, or you go straight to St Andrews?
Straight to St Andrews as quick as you can get there. You've got a weekend's golf you can play. on St Andrews, learn more about the course and conditions.
Well, let's have a look back at some of the highlights today. There's not been too many for Justin Thomas. This birdie that at 15 was the first of the day, one of only 3 he put on the card. Colin Morikawa, a little bit of a fight back came on this Friday night, but I think it's too little too late.
Come back and got him again. Good putt for Morikawa.
And it's taken him to 5 over par. Tommy Fleetwood, this was his second birdie of the day. It's under par for his round.
He 1 under now, yes. The star of the show today, it was definitely this man. Poured them in first and second. This was a cracker, Richard, wasn't it?
Out of the rough to there. And in for the most unlikely of birdie threes. Has just given one back at 8, but still a very solid day's work. And that gives you an idea of how good it is. Compare that to the other players in our feature groups. He's 6 clear.
On paper, you couldn't have picked 2 better groups. On the scorecard, you could possibly have omitted a few.
Well, with the flag up 45, for the whole playing 45 yards shorter than yesterday, not surprising to see the average proximity to the hole is a little bit better.
What's happening, Incy? What do you think?
It's a tough finishing hole, Sam. Really tough. I mean, the flag's not moving whatsoever. I think it's wrapped around actually, but the wind's definitely there. Into off your right. If you're going to bail, short left is your spot. Don't want to miss this right.
Left, I think. Not much, but just enough. Be able to putt it from there, but he has to hold it to give himself any glimmer of making the cut, which even if he holds it, it's very unlikely.
Different tee box today as well. Yesterday from the championship tees and the back pin, it was playing 220. Today they're playing from a tee box further forwards. Front pin position, it's playing 175. Just 6 on, 5 from the left. Definitely want to try and keep this flight down. Imagine a 3/4 swing is what we'll see.
Oh, come on, Win.
Well, it wasn't bad.
Although it's 175 yards, that's the raw yardage. In terms of the playing yardage, it's playing maybe just shy of 200. For Matt Fitzpatrick, I reckon just a massage 5-iron is your club.
He's pulled it left as well, so he really wants to get up and down there. Want to finish bogey. Had such a magnificent day. Look at the fantastic crowds there today. I've been here since early this morning.
Back at 8. It was a really good shot out of the rough. Maybe, as I think you were suggesting, Sam, a little unlucky, didn't release a little bit more. But this is an outside look at birdie. Well judged. Yeah, good crowds, and there are tickets available for the weekend if you fancy popping along. You can go online, book some tickets, come to the gate and buy them. 2 over par, 1 to play.
Last one, NC.
Last one indeed. A tough finisher. To be fair, all 3 balls aren't in a horrific position.
Not everyone have been watching.
Cool atmosphere.
Yeah, great atmosphere into here. Not everyone would have been watching from the get-go. I mean, obviously Fitzpatrick, we know, given his score, has played terrifically well. What do you think's gone wrong for Morikawa and Zalatoris?
It's a good question. I mean, I think it just goes back to what I was saying on 8. You play well, you get rewarded for it, and if you're a little bit off, it's very easy to get punished for it. And I just think this golf course has no margin for error. If you make mistakes, they'll be shown.
Yeah, I personally, I mean, just having, you know, we've followed these guys for 18 hours. I don't know what you think, Sam. I just think Morikawa got out of the wrong side of the bed. He started with those 3 bogeys in 4 holes, got him on the wrong foot. I think Zalatoris actually has played pretty well, and I think frustration's got the better of him.
Yeah, he's finished his round badly, and they've just been a bit sloppy, to be honest. Focus not quite perfect. Good as well. Oh, great effort there for the cross-handed chipping action.
Yeah, much talked about action that works a treat. Hopefully knock that in, and it will be the round of the morning. Might be the round of the day. Be tough to beat.
Yes, if it keeps, the wind stays at this. Well, it is at the moment.
Well, they'll be hoping it does, won't they?
They'll be hoping it gets up.
Yeah.
Blows a hoolie. That used to be fun when you have a good round low in the morning and a really windy day, and then just go and sit at the scoreboard for the rest of the day.
Creeping higher and higher.
If you hit the middle of the green here, it's a good leave. It just leaves you with a downhill right to left. In that midsection, there's a bit of a swale where it can gather some speed.
Well, shake of the head from Zalatoris. He has been bamboozled on these greens.
Passes the club to use. Downhill, a little bit left to right.
Good speed for Morikawa, but nothing really went for him today. But Zalatoris is going to have to watch himself, Richard. He's +4 and he's got a tough putt for par on 9.
Well, 4 over might not be good enough.
Might not make it anyway.
No.
Yeah. The 5 certainly won't.
No. Well, the next time we see Morikawa will be when he tees it up and named as the champion golfer.
Monday afternoon.
Oh, of course, he'll be in the
Champions Challenge. That will be fantastic.
Yeah. They're going to play, I think, 1, 2, 17, 18.
Yeah, they did it before, and it was just beyond belief how good it was. DiVincenzo, Palmer, anyway. A must make for Zalatoris.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of the day. Back in 40. Round of 74, 5 over par. And, yeah, just ran out of patience. Couldn't make the birdie chances, and then the bogey started eating him up.
Yeah. Tough day, tough conditions. Tough couple of days.
Incy, how much have you enjoyed watching Matt Fitzpatrick?
She's gone.
She's gone. She's had enough.
She's come to bring us a cup of tea. I think she enjoyed it. Oh, Fitz. That is not what we wanted. Such a wonderful day. And it's a bogey finish, I'm afraid. Still a great day, still a great score, but... Oh, 2 pars to finish.
That'll hurt.
Well, it's going to hurt.
66 from Fitzpatrick. We have had a better round than a 66. I'll tell you about that in a moment. Colin Morikawa finishes with a par at the last and a round of 74. 5 over par. That will not be good enough to be here for the weekend. Same score as Zalatoris. The player who has shot better than that is Xander Schauffele, who won the Travelers Championship, won the JP McManus Pro-Am. 65 takes him into a share of 8th place at 3 under par. Birdie finish for the American. Some 2 at 9.
It certainly is for that pin. -3 leading in the clubhouse. -9 leading on the golf course. Not started yet, Tringali.
Apparently held his second from 15 yards, did Xander Schauffele. That's it.
No, Tommy!
Left.
On left. And do you remember I was telling you yesterday about Ji Hyun Kim never played links golf before this week, never been to a links golf course before this week. He's eagled his opening hole, the 10th, to get to 4 under par. He's the leader out on the course. And he's called Tom, Ji Hyun Kim. Do you know how do you think he got his nickname Tom?
Uncle Tom? No, I don't know.
When he was watching TV as a kid, his favourite programme was Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh.
You wouldn't think that'd be popular in Korea, would you? But
no. I wouldn't want to tell you what my son called the Fat Controller, and he didn't call it. It just came out the way he said it, and it wasn't anything like the Fat Controller.
I think we'll just use our imagination for that one, Sam.
Go, all right.
They know it's over, don't they? Players like Matsuyama.
Yeah, they're just tired now.
Get me in, get me out.
The cases are mentally packed, which is fine. You know, it's not a bad thing. These are tough conditions to play in.
Yeah, Matsuyama and Thomas both bogeyed the last. I think should update Thomas now 9 over par. Five bogeys on this back 9 from Justin Thomas. There is Ji Hyun Kim with that eagle at the 10th, getting himself to 4 under par. Still an hour till Cameron Tringali tees it up.
Can you call one for me? Thanks.
He's now Tommy Kim in my mind.
So are they?
He's now Tommy Kim. Tom Kim. Was that not his name he got as a kid, you said?
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom. I mean, that's what everyone calls him.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. He'll be making his Open debut next week. Finished #1 on the Asian Tour. And the season just finished. He is a very talented young. He's already finished top 20 on the PGA Tour.
Wow.
In events. He's only 19. So I mean,
brilliant.
Yeah. But Yeah, Tony Johnston and I were out on the course with him earlier this week, and Tony was giving him some advice when he gets to St Andrews, and maybe walk the course. And
advice from Tony Johnson there. There's a dilemma.
I was having to explain to Tom who Tony Johnston was.
He's a sweetheart.
It's a miracle. I don't know how to explain away.
67 from Thomas Dietrich, obviously likes it round here. Belgian beaten in that playoff, won by Min Woo Lee a year ago. 4th year in a row the Genesis Scottish Open has been hosted by the Renaissance. Golf course is changing year by year.
Better each year too. A little bit more, not severe, just a better test to tighten things up.
And it's good. So the Savadi family, the owners, they're listening, aren't they, to what the players are saying?
Yeah, they're great people. They've done a fabulous job here. Fabulous job. It's tough to bring a new course into an area as iconic as this and make it as successful as this. That's down to Tom Doak and their staff. Done a wonderful job. And of course Genesis holding the Scottish Open here is huge for them as well.
And they've given away a couple of cars today, haven't they?
It has to be a really worthy course to host a championship like this. They've done a fine job.
Well, Tommy's a long way left here, Tommy Fleetwood.
He's big and left, yeah. Oh, putter's out though. He's that far away, he's going to have to hit this as hard as he hit his tee shot. I think he had this putt yesterday, didn't he? Didn't he have like a 20-yard, 25-yard swing on this green yesterday with his putt?
I think you're right, yeah.
He's in almost identical the same place. He's got to come up along the top and then fall down to the right. Still going, but it's into the wind. If it was downwind, it might have got a bit nearer. But a poor one from Tommy, but it wasn't easy. It's not so harsh.
Yeah, I mean, he's 2 over par. I mean, 3 over's not guaranteed to make the cut. I mean, 2 over definitely be fine. I think 3 over will be okay, but just can't be sure.
Not too bad from where he was. It wasn't easy. Probably got it 15 feet behind the hole.
There'll be a few tired players. I mean, they had a quick turnaround. They, and also bear in mind these guys went Monday, Tuesday, County Adair,
in Ireland.
Pro-Am Wednesday, battered in the wind Thursday afternoon, come out quickly Friday morning, blown away again.
And there's a distinct possibility they might have been battered on Monday and Tuesday night as well. Very friendly, the Irish.
I saw Justin Thomas playing, what was he playing, Tralee prior to the JP McManus. Saw the goat on the course.
Where did he play Lange?
Yeah,
Tralee?
Yeah, Tralee, I think, yeah. Pint of the black stuff was on the course as well.
Mother's milk.
Hopefully the final shot of the day of what's been a pretty miserable one for Justin Thomas. No. done yet. So a couple of early weekends. A trip round the coast for Justin Thomas, Hideki Matsuyama. Well, this to guarantee a spot at the weekend for Tommy Fleetwood. Well done. That was a good two-putt, wasn't it? 105 feet.
That was a brave putt, Tommy. Very good.
Yeah, it was a very good round of golf from Fleetwood. Round of 69. So he's safely through to the weekend. And we'll say goodbye for this year at the Genesis Scottish Open to both Justin Thomas and Hideki Matsuyama.
You'll be very glad when this is over.
Well, he avoids another drop shot at least. But that is a round of 74. 6-6 start, and then outwards 6-6 at 2 and 3 as well. Really gonna trouble the leaderboard doing that kind of thing. And a 77 from Justin Thomas. We've had a bit of a mixed bag today. I mean, the brilliance of Fitzpatrick and elsewhere. Well, I mean, Justin Thomas finishing at 10 over tells the story.
Yeah, tough day for all the boys, apart from Fitzpatrick. He'll be disappointed with his finish the last 2 holes. But a great day's golf.
Well, Cameron Tringale, after his superb 61, not yet heading out. But eagle start from Ji-Hung Kim. You can see the best rounds of the day. 65 from Xander Schauffele, who won on his last start on the PGA Tour. Matt Fitzpatrick, who we've been following, superb 66. Hole-in-one today from Jordan Smith at the 17th. So a lovely car for him and his caddy. Well, we'll be back for more feature group coverage over the weekend. Not sure who we're going to get just yet. But it's tough for the players in the wind on the east coast of Scotland. Glorious setting, but boy, is it tough out there with winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour. From all of us here for now, bye-bye.